There is a classroom in Springfield Elementary School where a boy has been writing on a chalkboard since December 17th, 1989. The chalk squeaks. The sentences repeat. Bart Simpson has written lines as punishment for hundreds of different infractions across 36 seasons, and most people who watch those opening seconds treat the chalkboard as scenery. Background. The visual equivalent of elevator music before the show really starts. But the writers never treated it that way. They never treated any of it that way. The chalkboard gags in The Simpsons are one of the most quietly sophisticated running elements in the history of American television. They operate on at least three separate levels simultaneously, and once you start reading them that way, the opening credits stop being an introduction and start being the first joke of every episode, hidden in plain sight at a speed specifically calibrated to make you think you almost caught it. Level 1 is the surface read. Bart is in trouble. He did something. This is his consequence. I will not squeak chalk. I will not fake my own death. This punishment is not boring and meaningless. These read as gags about Bart's character, his defiance, his inability to just accept discipline without making the discipline itself part of the joke. And they are that, but they are also something else. Level 2 is the cultural commentary embedded in the specific sentence chosen for a specific episode. The writers matched the chalkboard punishment to the cultural moment the episode was engaging with. When an episode dealt with media manipulation, the chalkboard said something about the nature of repetition and message. When an episode aired during a politically charged week, the chalkboard acknowledged it obliquely enough to avoid network interference, while being direct enough that anyone paying attention got the point immediately. The writers used the chalkboard as a pressure valve, a place to put observations that were too sharp or too current for the episode's main storyline, knowing that a viewer watching in real time in 1994 would catch the reference, while a viewer watching in syndication in 2010 would read it as a pure non sequitur. The joke had a built-in expiration date for its second meaning. Only the surface remained accessible to future audiences. Level 3 is the strangest, and it is the level almost nobody discusses. Several chalkboard gags across the show's run contain what appear to be self-referential comments on the show's own status, on the writer's feelings about the network, on the state of the creative team at specific points in the production cycle. I will not promise to try harder. I will not complain about the quality of this program. The principal's toupee is not a maid of honor. These read as jokes. They also read as messages from a writing staff that had fewer places to hide their frustrations, as the show's corporate machinery grew larger and more controlling across the decades. The chalkboard became, gradually, a place where the show could speak to its audience directly while the network's attention was focused on the actual episode. And then there is the couch gag. The couch gag is the other half of the opening sequence, the part that runs after the family races home from their respective locations across Springfield and arrives in the living room to watch television together. In the earliest seasons, the couch gags were short, simple variations. The family arrives and something is slightly different. The couch is occupied. There are too many Homers. The family shrinks to tiny size. These were brief, designed to fill variable time slots in the broadcast so the episode could run at different lengths depending on the network's needs that week. Then something changed. At some point, the couch gag stopped being a time-filling device and became the single most formally experimental space in mainstream American animation. Some couch gags run longer than the cold open of most television shows. Some are animated in entirely different styles from the rest of the episode, referencing other animators, other traditions, other visual cultures entirely. Some are directed by guest artists whose aesthetic has nothing to do with the visual language of The Simpsons as it exists in the main show. Banksy directed a couch gag. Don Hertzfeldt directed one. Guillermo del Toro, John Kay, and Bill Plimpton have all produced couch sequences that bear almost no visual resemblance to the show surrounding them. This should be jarring. It should create a rupture in the viewing experience. A show that uses a consistent visual grammar for its main content, suddenly replacing its opening with something that looks like it arrived from a different reality entirely. And in a certain sense, it does create that rupture. But the show has been doing it long enough and consistently enough that audiences have adapted their expectations. The couch gag now carries an implicit promise. This space is where different rules apply. This space is where the show is allowed to be anything. The reason this matters, the reason it belongs in a conversation about details that prove The Simpsons was never just casual entertainment, is what those guest-directed sequences choose to say. The Banksy couch gag, which aired in 2010, depicted the conditions of overseas animation studios in a sequence so specific and so unflinching about the industrial reality of how animation is actually produced that Fox reportedly considered not airing it. It showed sweatshop conditions. It showed children working. It showed the merchandise supply chain as a system of exploitation, with Simpsons products being manufactured by workers living in misery. And it aired on Fox. At the beginning of a Simpsons episode, in the slot that most viewers use to grab a snack from the kitchen, the show hit a protest against its own production industry inside the most immediately skippable part of the viewing experience, ensuring that only the audience paying close enough attention to watch the couch gag without distraction would receive the message. That is not the behavior of a show made for passive viewing. That is the behavior of a show that understands exactly who is watching and exactly who is not, and routes its most important messages to the former while the latter goes to refill their drink. Now look at the background details that run through the main episodes themselves. Springfield is a town that has been constructed over 36 years, with an accumulation of background detail that exceeds the deliberate world building of most dedicated fantasy franchises. The signs in Springfield storefronts are jokes, but they are also consistent, recurring elements that have their own internal logic. The Quickie Mart's product names follow a specific linguistic pattern. The businesses along Springfield's main street have histories that can be traced across episodes if you watch the background carefully enough. A business that appears shuttered in one episode will be open under a different name in a later one. The town has experienced economic cycles that never become plot points, but are visible in the changing status of background storefronts across the show's timeline. Apu's Quick E-Mart has a specific layout that has been maintained with remarkable consistency across hundreds of episodes. The placement of products on the shelves follows a logic. When the show makes a joke that requires a specific product to be in a specific location, the writers worked with the animators to ensure that product was plausibly there, that it fit within the established geography of the store. The Quick E-Mart was mapped. Not formally, not in any document that has been publicly released, but functionally in the collective memory of the production team and in the consistency of the background detail across episodes from different seasons written and animated by different creative teams. The same is true of Moe's Tavern. The bar has a specific geography. The position of the bar stools, the placement of the television, the shelf arrangement behind the bar, the location of the bathroom door, the specific grimy aesthetic of the lighting. All of these elements have been held consistent across decades of production. When a plot point requires something to happen in a specific part of the bar, it happens in the correct part of the bar. The physical space of Moe's is internally coherent in a way that most television sets, even live-action ones with physical sets to maintain, fail to achieve. But here is where the background detail moves from interesting to genuinely strange. The show has hidden single-frame images in certain episodes that can only be seen by pausing at precisely the right moment. Some of these hidden frames are jokes. Some are messages. Some appear to be references to specific moments in the show's production history that would be meaningless to any viewer without insider knowledge of what was happening in the writer's room at the time of production. They exist at a frequency of one frame, 1/24th of a second, designed to be experienced subliminally by viewers watching at broadcast speed and only fully visible to someone who is treating the episode as an object to be studied rather than a story to be watched. The most famous of these is the subliminal image in the episode Bart Gets Famous, where a single frame of Bart's face appears in a window during a scene that appears to have nothing to do with Bart. It is a freeze-frame Easter egg, the kind of thing that became a point of fan obsession in the early internet era when VCRs made frame-by-frame viewing accessible to ordinary viewers for the first time. But the practice predates the internet. The animators were doing it before anyone outside the production team had the tools to find them. This means they were creating hidden messages for an audience that, at the time of original production, had no way to receive them. They were embedding secrets that they knew would go unseen for years, possibly forever, by most viewers. They were doing it anyway. That choice tells you something about the culture of the production team at the show's peak. They were making something for themselves, for the version of the audience they hoped would eventually exist, not for the version that was tuning in every Sunday night in 1994 to watch a cartoon family eat dinner. The backgrounds in Springfield also encode class information that runs through the entire series as a visual subtext. The neighborhood around Evergreen Terrace, where the Simpsons live, has a specific look. The houses are maintained but not lavish. The lawns exist but are not manicured. The cars and driveways are functional. The street itself has a particular character, tree-lined, in a way that suggests a neighborhood that was once nicer than it currently is, that has experienced the slow economic erosion of the American middle class over decades, and that has settled into a kind of resigned adequacy. Compare this to the area around Burns Manor. The estate sits on the edge of Springfield in a position that gives it visual dominance over the rest of the town. From Burns's windows, in episodes where we see his perspective, the rest of Springfield is small and distant. The animators made a specific choice about spatial relationships between the seat of capital and the community it controls. Burns looks down. Everyone else looks across. Ned Flanders' house, the house next door to The Simpsons, is identical in structure but consistently maintained in a way that creates a visual contrast with the Simpson home. Ned's lawn is greener. Ned's paint is fresher. The difference between the two houses, next to each other on the same street, is a difference of care and attention, which is a visual representation of the character difference between Ned and Homer that does not require a single line of dialogue to communicate. The show tells you who these people are through property maintenance. The detail that rewards patient viewers most richly is the background television programming that runs on the television sets visible in various Springfield homes and businesses throughout the series. The show within the show, the cartoons that Springfield's children watch, the news broadcasts that Springfield's adults half attend, the advertisements that play in the background of scenes at Moe's. All of this programming is fully rendered, consistently characterized, and occasionally carries plot information that is never verbally acknowledged by any character in the main storyline. Krusty the Clown's television show, which is the primary entertainment consumed by Springfield's children, is itself a microcosm of the entertainment industry. The show within a show has its own production history, its own commercial relationships, its own quality curve across the series. In early seasons, Krusty's show is vibrant and successful. In later seasons, the show's budget has clearly been cut, the production values have declined, the Krusty brand has been licensed so aggressively that it has become something hollow and commercially exhausted. The background television in Springfield tracks the same arc of decline that the American entertainment industry experienced between 1989 and the present, visible in the background of episodes that appear to be about something else entirely. The Springfield News, hosted by Kent Brockman, is the most consistently characterized piece of background media in the show. Brockman's on-air persona, his off-air cynicism, the way his reporting reflects the town's institutional tendency toward panic and distraction, all of this runs through hundreds of episodes as a consistent satirical thread. But the specific news stories that play in the background of non-news scenes are often the show's sharpest commentary on media dynamics. A scene set in Moe's will have Brockman in the background covering a story about something trivial with the same breathless urgency that would be appropriate for a genuine emergency. The television is always on. Springfield never turns the television off. And the television is always telling Springfield something that either doesn't matter or matters enormously and is being treated as though it doesn't. This is the kind of detail that a show made for casual background consumption does not bother to construct. This level of textual layering, this density of meaning compressed into background elements that the average viewer will never consciously process, is the signature of a creative team that was engaged with something larger than the episode at hand. They were building a world, and they were building it with the same rigor and intentionality that the best novelists bring to the physical details of their fictional universes. The most remarkable background detail in the entire series, the one that arguably rewards the most patient viewing, is the history embedded in the photographs visible in the Simpson home. The family photographs that appear on the walls and surfaces of the Simpson house across different seasons are not prop photographs. They are not random images generated to fill frame space. They are images that, in many cases, reference events from the show's own continuity, events depicted in previous episodes, events implied to have happened off-screen. When you can read them, when you can identify what they are showing, they function as a visual archive of the family's history, a timeline embedded in the domestic background of the show that exists independently of the episode's plot. A photograph on The Simpsons mantelpiece in a season 12 episode shows the family in a configuration that references a specific trip depicted in season 5. The photograph is not plot relevant, no character references it. It is simply there, accurate to the show's internal timeline, visible for perhaps 2 seconds of screen time, meaningful only to a viewer who is watching closely enough to recognize what they are looking at. The show rewarded that viewer. The show built that detail for that viewer. And that viewer, watching in a specific moment of close attention, experiences something that passive viewing can never deliver. The feeling of being let in on something. The feeling that the creators were thinking about them, specifically when they made this choice. That is what the background details in The Simpsons ultimately amount to. A long, continuous conversation with the audience that has been paying the most attention. A parallel text running alongside the main narrative, built from chalkboard gags and background signs and single-frame images and property maintenance and the photographs on a cartoon family's wall. The surface of The Simpsons was always a comedy for everyone. But the depth was always a conversation for the few, and the few have been finding things in it for 36 years. Drop a comment below and let us know where you are in the world and what time it is where you are right now. And if you are finding this interesting, subscribe. There is a lot more of this ahead. Section 2. The Continuity Architecture. The conventional critical narrative about The Simpsons treats continuity as something the show progressively abandoned. The early seasons had it. The later seasons discarded it in favor of comedy that prioritized the joke over internal consistency. According to this reading, continuity in The Simpsons is a matter of nostalgia, something the Golden Age had and the current era lacks, a symptom of decline. This reading is almost completely wrong. What The Simpsons actually built, across 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes, is something far more complex and far more deliberate than the simple accumulation of consistent character histories. The show constructed a continuity architecture, a layered system of recurring details that operates on multiple timeframes simultaneously, some resolvable within a single episode, some building across an entire season, and some that only become fully visible when you step back and look at the entire run of the show as a single object. Understanding this architecture requires starting with the characters who are not the main characters. Springfield is populated by a specific set of recurring background and secondary characters whose presence in the show is so consistent, so carefully maintained, that they function as a kind of connective tissue binding individual episodes into a coherent fictional universe. These are characters with names, histories, and specific character traits who appear in the background of hundreds of episodes, but whose stories are never the primary focus of the narrative. They are the town of Springfield made tangible. Consider the specific case of the children in Bart's class at Springfield Elementary. Bart's classmates are not interchangeable background figures. They have names. They have consistent personalities. They have specific visual designs maintained across decades of production. Milhouse Van Houten, Nelson Muntz, Martin Prince, and Sherry and Terry are the most prominent. But the class contains a fuller roster of characters who have appeared consistently enough across the show's run to constitute a coherent social world. The dynamics of Bart's class, who has power, who is victimized, who forms alliances with whom, follow a logic that is maintained across episodes and across seasons with a consistency that has never been explicitly required by any single plot. Nelson Muntz, specifically, is a character whose background continuity rewards close attention. In his earliest appearances, Nelson is a bully, a threat, a source of low-level menace in Bart's social world. His famous laugh, his pointing gesture, his general status as Springfield Elementary's designated agent of mockery, these are the surface characteristics. But threaded through his appearances across the series is a quietly devastating portrait of a child in a genuinely terrible domestic situation. Nelson's home life, his absent or negligent parents, his material poverty, his hunger, the specific ways in which he has been failed by every institution Springfield has to offer, including the school he attends, These details are distributed across dozens of episodes across multiple decades of the show. No single episode tells Nelson's full story. But if you assemble every scene in which Nelson's home circumstances are visible, every detail about his parents, every glimpse of his house, every background moment in which the contrast between what Nelson has and what the other children have becomes legible, a complete and genuinely affecting portrait emerges. A child who became a bully because the alternative was being a victim, who found a social role in cruelty because it was the only social role available to him, who lives in circumstances that no child should live in, surrounded by adults who have never seen him clearly enough to help him. The show never dedicated an episode to this portrait. It distributed the detail across decades of production, trusting that the audience assembled from the long-term viewers who would eventually be able to piece it together. This is the continuity architecture at its most sophisticated. The story is told, but never linearly, never in one place. The audience has to do the work of assembly. The same architecture applies to the secondary adult characters of Springfield, the recurring figures who populate the town's institutions, and whose presence across hundreds of episodes gradually builds a picture of a community with its own specific history, power structures, and social dynamics. Chief Clancy Wiggum of the Springfield Police Department is, on the surface, a comedy character. He is incompetent, corrupt, physically unimpressive, and constitutionally incapable of the basic functions his job requires. He is the institutional failure of law enforcement rendered in cartoon form. These are his comedy characteristics, the traits that generate jokes episode after episode. But the continuity architecture around Wiggum is much denser than his comedy role requires. His family history has been established across multiple episodes. His relationship with his son Ralph has been shown to be beneath the comedy of their interactions, genuinely affectionate in a way that surprises viewers who have only encountered Wiggum in his capacity as a punchline. His history with other Springfield institutions, the political favors he owes, the compromises he has made, the specific nature of his corruption, which is less malicious than lazily self-interested, all of this has been built up across the show's run in a way that makes Wiggum, when viewed in aggregate, a portrait of a specific kind of institutional failure that is recognizable from real life precisely because it is so carefully grounded in specific detail. Wiggum doesn't fail because he is a cartoon villain. He fails because he has been navigating a system that has never rewarded competence and has consistently rewarded the specific combination of political affiliation and physical intimidation that constitutes policing in Springfield. He learned early what the system wanted from him, and he provided it. The incompetence is real, but it was cultivated by an institution, not by personal character. That reading is distributed across 30 years of episodic appearances. It has never been stated in a single episode. It is a conclusion that the architecture makes available to the viewer who has been paying sufficient attention for a sufficient length of time. The architecture also manifests in what might be called the recurring incident pattern, the tendency of the show to return to specific locations, specific dynamics, and specific types of events in ways that create resonance between episodes that aired years apart. Homer's relationship with Lenny and Carl, his co-workers at the nuclear plant, is one of the most consistently characterized relationships in the show. They are Homer's best friends in the workplace. Their dynamic is warm, familiar, gently comic. On the surface, they are a comedy friendship trio with a specific roster of recurring gags built around their relationship. Below the surface, the Lenny and Carl relationship contains a sustained ambiguity about its exact nature, an ambiguity that the show has maintained and periodically gestured toward across the entirety of its run without ever definitively resolving. Episodes across multiple seasons contain moments that read, depending on the attentiveness of the viewer, either as the affectionate friendship of two very close male friends, or as something with a different emotional valence entirely. The ambiguity is constructed through specific dialogue choices, through background moments in which the two characters' interactions carry a weight that the plot does not require, through the specific care with which the show has depicted their consideration for each other. The ambiguity is the architecture. The show built a relationship that means different things depending on how closely you are watching and how much of the show's history with that relationship you are carrying. The viewer who has been present for every Lenny and Carl moment across 36 seasons has a relationship with their relationship that is fundamentally different from the viewer who is watching individual episodes in isolation. The architecture rewards the former with something the latter cannot access: the accumulated weight of all those episodes pressing against each other, creating meanings that no single episode can contain. This is how the show handles the relationship between Sideshow Bob and Bart. Sideshow Bob, the cultured, eloquent, murderous figure who has been attempting to kill Bart Simpson since season 1, is the show's most explicit exercise in serialized storytelling within an episodic structure. His appearances follow a template that has been iterated across decades. Bob is released or escapes. Bob comes for Bart. Bart outsmarts him. Bob is recaptured. The template is so consistent that it constitutes a genre unto itself within the broader show. But the continuity architecture around Bob is doing something more sophisticated than simply repeating a successful formula. Across the Bob episodes, the character's psychology is assembled piece by piece. His upbringing, his education, his relationship with his brother Cecil, his unrequited investment in the culture and refinement that Springfield is constitutionally incapable of appreciating, the specific nature of the humiliation that turned him from a children's television performer into a serial attempted murderer. These are distributed across his appearances in a way that builds a genuine character portrait beneath the comedy machinery of the recurring threat. The most revealing Bob episode in terms of what the continuity architecture is actually doing is the episode in which Bob finally kills Bart in a dream sequence and achieves nothing from it. He has wanted this for years. He achieves it. And the absence of satisfaction it produces clarifies something about Bob that the preceding decades of episodes had been preparing. He does not actually want Bart dead. He wants to be the kind of person whose genius is recognized, whose grievances are taken seriously, whose refinement marks him as special in a town that has no place for specialness. Bart is not the real object of his obsession. Bart is the symbol of everything Springfield refuses to acknowledge about Bob, the child who keeps beating him, who keeps finding him inadequate, who represents the town's cheerful indifference to everything Bob believes should make him exceptional. The architecture required a decade of episodes to make that interpretation available. No single Bob episode contains it. The whole is assembled from the accumulation. The most overlooked example of the show's continuity architecture, the one most systematically ignored by the critical conversation about The Simpsons, is the ongoing background story of Springfield itself as an institution. The town has a history that can be assembled from the show's flashback episodes, from the background details of historical photographs visible in civic buildings, from the specific ways in which the town's infrastructure is depicted as having been built and then allowed to decay. Springfield was once a more prosperous town. This is visible in the architecture of its older buildings, in the occasional flashback to Springfield in earlier decades when the community seems to have had resources and energy that are no longer present. Something happened. The town declined. The process of that decline is distributed across the show's entire run as background information, never the subject of an episode, always present as context. The most specific element of this backstory is the history of the Springfield nuclear power plant and its relationship to the town's economic development. The plant was the engine of Springfield's prosperity in the decades before the show began. It provided employment. It funded civic institutions. It was the reason Springfield had the infrastructure it has: the schools, the hospital, the civic buildings, even the small art scene that surfaces occasionally when the show needs it for a joke. And the plant's decline, its gradual conversion from economic engine to environmental liability, tracks the broader economic story of the American industrial Midwest across the same decades. Springfield is a Rust Belt town. Its power plant is a Rust Belt industry. The relationship between Burns's management of the plant and the town's gradual impoverishment is the economic history of deindustrialization, compressed into a fictional community and distributed across 3 decades of episodic comedy. This was never stated directly. It was built into the background, into the visible decline of the town's infrastructure, into the specific ways in which Springfield's civic institutions are underfunded, into the ongoing low-level crisis of daily life in a community whose primary employer is aging, poorly maintained, and managed by someone with no interest in the community's welfare. The show hid the story of the American working class in the background of a cartoon about a nuclear safety inspector who eats too many donuts. Then there is the question of the characters the show lost. The continuity architecture of The Simpsons includes, as one of its most quietly affecting elements, the traces left by characters who have died or been written out of the show. Phil Hartman voiced two characters, Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz, who were specific and beloved enough to constitute a significant part of the show's comedic landscape. When Hartman died in 1998, the show retired both characters. They have never been replaced. They have never been recast, and the show has never directly acknowledged their absence. But the absence is present in the specific gaps in the show's comedy that emerged after 1998, in the plots that would have previously found roles for a sleazy lawyer or a washed-up celebrity pitchman but now had to find other solutions. In the occasional moment where a character type from Hutz or McClure is gestured toward, and then the camera moves away. The continuity architecture includes loss. It includes the shape of the characters who are no longer there. This is the most human element of the show's architecture. Real continuity is not just the accumulation of consistent detail. It is also the accumulation of specific gaps, of things that were present and are no longer, of absences that carry the weight of what they replaced. The show has been building this architecture of presence and absence for 36 years, and the whole of it, every recurring character, every maintained background detail, every gap left by a departure, presses against every episode as an invisible context that shapes how the show feels to its most attentive viewers. The Simpsons is not a show that abandoned continuity. It is a show that distributed its continuity across such a large canvas that most viewers can only perceive fragments of it and mistake the fragments for the whole. The whole is something you can only see if you have been watching for long enough and closely enough to begin assembling the architecture from all the pieces the show has been quietly distributing for more than 3 decades. Section 3. The music. For most of its run, The Simpsons was scored by a single composer. Alf Clausen worked on The Simpsons from 1990 until 2017, scoring somewhere in the region of 500 episodes, which is a tenure so long and a body of work so large that it constitutes a complete artistic career within the confines of a single television show. During those 27 years, Clausen and his orchestra produced original music for every episode, and what he built across that period is not, as it is sometimes casually described, a functional television score. It is a musical architecture as sophisticated and as intentional as the visual and narrative architecture the writers were constructing in parallel. The foundation of what Clausen built is a system of musical themes assigned to specific characters and specific emotional situations, themes that recur across episodes and across seasons in ways that are designed to be subconsciously processed by attentive listeners even when the themes are not consciously recognized. This is not an unusual compositional practice. It has roots in the Wagnerian concept of the leitmotif. But in the context of a television comedy, the sustained application of this practice across hundreds of episodes creates something unusual. A musical subtext that runs beneath the show's comedy and periodically comments on it, or contradicts it, or deepens it in ways that the dialogue and the animation cannot achieve alone. Homer's theme, the musical identity the show has given to its central character, is not a single melody. It is a family of related musical ideas that have been developed, varied, and recontextualized across 3 decades of scoring. The core of Homer's musical identity is brassy and slightly chaotic, reflecting his surface character, the lovable disaster, the man-shaped wrecking ball moving through the world with good intentions and catastrophic results. But within that core, there are slower, more melodic elements that surface specifically in episodes dealing with Homer's emotional life, his relationship with his family, his moments of genuine self-awareness. When those elements appear, when the music under a comedy scene shifts from the brassy chaos to something quieter and more felt, it is a signal. The show is telling you that what you are watching is not primarily a comedy. It is telling you to pay a different kind of attention. The most consistent example of this musical commentary is the underscore that accompanies the moments between Homer and Marge. Clausen developed a specific musical language for their relationship, a set of melodic ideas that carries a warmth and a specific kind of romantic melancholy that is distinct from the comedy register the show operates in most of the time. This music appears even in episodes that are comedically framed, in moments where Homer does something idiotic that puts stress on his marriage, in scenes that are played primarily for laughs. But the music under those scenes is not comic. It is the music of a relationship under strain, of two people who genuinely love each other, navigating the accumulated weight of a life shared with someone whose capacity for self-improvement is, to put it charitably, limited. The comedy is in the dialogue. The emotional truth is in the music. And the music, playing under the comedy, creates a double register that is one of the show's most specific achievements and one of its most underappreciated ones. Clausen's score for Mr. Burns deserves particular attention because it does something musically that the visual design and the dialogue cannot quite accomplish on their own. Burns, as a character, is simultaneously a comedy villain and something more genuinely dark. His capacity for cruelty, his contempt for the people over whose lives he exercises total economic control, his willingness to deploy that control in ways that cause specific and traceable suffering to specific individuals. These qualities exist in tension with the comedy framework that makes him safe to watch and enjoyable to despise. He is funny, but he is not merely funny. Clausen's scoring for Burns resolves this tension by assigning him a musical identity drawn from the tradition of classical villainy in early cinema and opera. Burns's theme has the quality of something from a silent film melodrama, slightly over the top, stylized in a way that signals theatrical villainy, designed to tell you that you are in the presence of a stock character rather than a real threat. But within that theatrical framework, in specific episodes dealing with the actual consequences of Burns's behavior, the music shifts. The theatricality falls away. What remains is something that has less comedy in it than the surface of the show typically permits, music that is genuinely cold, that operates at a register beneath the comedy that the episode is performing, that tells the attentive listener that the show knows what Burns is doing to these people, even when the plot is treating it as a gag. The episode that makes this musical complexity most visible is Who Shot Mr. Burns, Part 1, the Season 6 finale. The scoring of this episode is structured like the score to a genuine thriller, building tension across the episode's second half with an accumulating musical weight that treats the fictional stakes with the same seriousness that the audience would bring to a drama series. The comedy is present, the musical commentary on the comedy is also present, and the two exist in genuine tension with each other, with the music increasingly pulling the episode towards something that is not comedy at all, toward the gravity that the show acknowledges in the underscore, even when the surface is maintaining a lighter tone. The music of Lisa Simpson's saxophone is one of the most carefully characterized musical elements in the show. Lisa plays the blues. Specifically, she plays a sound that is too adult for her age, too knowing, too shaped by a kind of emotional experience that an 8-year-old girl living in a middle-class Springfield household should not have access to. When Lisa plays, the music that the show provides is not the sound of a child learning an instrument. It is the sound of someone expressing something genuine through music, something that she cannot express through language because the language available to her, the language of an 8-year-old girl in a family that loves her but does not quite understand her, is inadequate to what she is actually feeling. The show has used Lisa's saxophone as an emotional release valve throughout its run, as a place where the character's interior life can be expressed at a register that the plot cannot accommodate. In episodes where Lisa is struggling, where the gap between her intelligence and her circumstances is most acutely painful, where the show is allowing itself to be genuinely sad about what her life is, the saxophone music that represents her inner world is given space in the score to breathe, to develop, to say things about her situation that the dialogue has not said and will not say. There is a specific quality to the best Lisa saxophone moments in the show that might be described as dignified sadness. The music does not sentimentalize her situation. It does not reach for easy emotional release. It sits with what is actually difficult about her circumstances, the specific loneliness of being the most perceptive person in a room full of people who do not want to be perceived. And it finds in that loneliness something that is not pathetic and not dramatic, but simply true. This is the most emotionally sophisticated thing the show's music does, and it is worth dwelling on because it is invisible to viewers who are not listening to the score. For those viewers, the Lisa saxophone moments are pleasant, slightly melancholy interludes. For viewers who are engaged with the music, they are the show most directly acknowledging what the comedy framework requires it to keep implicit, that this is a sad situation, that this child is in pain, that her intelligence is not the gift. The show's optimistic surface suggests it is but a burden she has been carrying alone since the day she was born into a family she loves and cannot quite reach. Clausen's work during the show's Halloween episodes, the annual Treehouse of Horror specials, represents a separate musical achievement that exists in deliberate contrast to the show's standard scoring approach. The Treehouse of Horror episodes have always operated outside the show's normal narrative continuity. They are horror anthology episodes that allow the show to explore scenarios impossible within the regular format, and Clausen's scoring for these episodes draws on a completely different musical tradition, the tradition of horror and science fiction film, scoring from the 1950s through the 1980s. What makes this interesting is not merely the stylistic contrast, but the way the horror scoring reveals, by comparison, how much emotional work the regular scoring is doing. Hearing a Treehouse of Horror episode with its deliberate genre scoring immediately clarifies by contrast that the regular show's music is making interpretive choices, that it is commenting on and contextualizing the action, rather than simply accompanying it. The horror scoring is straightforward in its intentions. It wants to unsettle, to build dread, to signal generic conventions. The regular scoring is doing something more ambiguous and more interesting. It is building a musical argument about the show's characters and situations that runs in parallel with the comedic and narrative argument being made by everything else. When Clausen left the show in 2017, reportedly due to budget considerations rather than any creative decision, the shift in scoring was immediately noticeable to attentive viewers. The new approach, less orchestral, more reliant on contemporary production techniques, is a perfectly functional television score. But it lacks the specific quality of engaged commentary that Clausen's work had sustained for 27 years. The music became invisible in the way that most television music is invisible, present but not participating, accompanying without interpreting. This matters because it represents a genuine loss of one of the show's most sophisticated layers. The Simpsons at its peak was a show that was being simultaneously composed by its writers in dialogue, by its animators in images, and by Clausen in music, with each of these separate creative streams commenting on and occasionally contradicting the others. The best episodes have a quality of surplus meaning, of more being communicated than the plot strictly requires, that comes from these three streams operating at full capacity and in conversation with each other. The musical stream at full capacity was Clausen engaging with the material seriously enough to find in it something worth scoring, as if the comedy were also a drama, as if the cartoon characters were also people, as if the jokes were also true. There are specific musical moments scattered across the show's peak seasons that justify this level of attention. The final scene of Mother Simpson, in which Homer sits on the hood of his car after watching his mother's departure and the score opens up into something vast and slightly tragic beneath the image of a man watching taillights disappear into the dark, is one of the most affecting musical moments in the history of American television comedy. The scoring transforms what might have been a bittersweet ending into something genuinely sorrowful, something that acknowledges the specific weight of the loss Homer has just experienced, without the comedy condescension of telling the audience how to feel about it. The music just stays there with him in the dark, on the hood of the car, and it is enough. Lisa's Substitute, the episode in which Lisa develops a passionate attachment to a substitute teacher who treats her as the intelligent, serious student she is, and then leaves without warning, is scored with a specific delicacy that matches the episode's emotional precision. The music around Lisa's relationship with Mr. Bergstrom carries the warmth of being genuinely seen for the first time, and the scoring of his departure carries something specific about the particular cruelty of meeting someone who understands you and then losing them. The music knows that this is not a child's disappointment that will be forgotten next week. It knows that Lisa will carry this with her, and it scores the scene accordingly. These are the moments that make the music of The Simpsons worth discussing at the length it deserves. They are moments where the composition lifts the show above what its comedy structure requires it to be. where the orchestra tells the truth about these characters' lives at the precise moment the plot is most tempted to soften that truth with a joke. They are the moments where the show most fully becomes what it was always capable of being, when it decided to stop performing casualness and start performing care. Section 4. What the animation is actually saying. Homer Simpson does not look the same in 2025 as he did in 1989. The change is not dramatic. It is not the kind of visual shift that casual viewers consciously register, but it is real. It is sustained across decades. It follows a specific trajectory, and it was not accidental. The animation style of The Simpsons has evolved in ways that carry meaning about the characters, about the show's relationship to its own history, and about the specific choices the production team made at different points in the show's development. In the early seasons, Homer's character design has a roughness to it. His proportions are slightly off. His head is more oblong than round. His eyes are larger and more expressive in ways that read as slightly unsettling if you come to them after years of the more polished later design. The early Homer is crude in a way that serves him well. He looks like what he is, a character designed by someone who is making something personal and slightly strange, not yet smoothed out by the requirements of industrial animation production. The early Simpsons animation in general carries this quality of handmade strangeness. The character designs are less geometrically perfect than they would become. The movement is less fluid. The backgrounds have a texture to them that the digital production processes of later seasons would eliminate. Watching Season 1 episodes now produces an aesthetic experience that is genuinely different from watching Season 10 episodes. Not just because the stories are different, but because the visual world feels different. Feels rougher and more alive in a specific way that cleaner animation cannot replicate. The animation's relationship to this roughness tells you something important about how the show understood itself in its early phase. The visual imperfection was not a failure of resources or ambition. It was an aesthetic choice, an expression of the show's identity as something that was not trying to be polished, that valued energy and expressiveness over smoothness. The early Simpsons looks like a show that knows it is doing something unusual and is not trying to disguise that unusualness behind production values. As the seasons progressed and the show became both more commercially successful and more expensive to produce, the animation was refined. The character designs became more geometrically consistent. The movement became smoother. The production values increased in ways that made the show look more professional and less handmade. This is presented in the standard critical narrative as simple improvement, as a show becoming technically better at what it does. But some of what was lost in this refinement is significant. The specific expressiveness of the early character animation, the tendency of faces to contort into shapes that are slightly beyond what normal human anatomy could produce, the way emotion in the early seasons registered as something physically excessive and genuine, this became more controlled and more restrained in the refined animation of the middle seasons. The comedy became more precise and in doing so became, occasionally, less wild. The early Simpsons had a quality of barely controlled chaos in its visual language that matched the energy of what the writers were doing with the characters. The more refined animation was technically superior and sometimes slightly less alive. The use of color in the show's animation is one of its most consistently underexamined elements. Springfield is a specific color world. The palette that the show established in its early seasons, warm yellows and blues and greens, with specific accent colors used to signal specific character and location associations, is one of the most recognizable and most carefully maintained visual identities in American television. The yellow skin of Springfield's residents is the show's most famous color choice, and the one most frequently discussed. But the specific use of yellow in the show's palette extends beyond skin tone. The show uses yellow as a warmth signal, as the color of domesticity, of the kitchen and the living room, and the ordinary light of an American home. The Simpson house is most visually associated with yellow, not just because of its occupants, but because yellow is the color the show assigns to the emotional space of home, to the quality of ordinariness and familiarity that the domestic scenes carry. Blue in the show's color grammar is associated with institutional spaces and with emotional distance. The nuclear plant, the police station, the school during disciplinary scenes, these spaces are coded in the show's palette with blues that read as cooler and more threatening than the yellows of the domestic environment. When Homer is at work, the color world is different from when Homer is at home. The animation is making an argument about these spaces and their relationship to the character's interior life through color, an argument that never becomes explicit in the dialogue or the plot, but that runs through the show as a visual constant. The most striking color choices in the show's animation are reserved for the episodes that step outside the regular comedy register into something darker or more emotionally complex. Bart's dog gets an F, an early episode dealing with the family's decision about whether to give away their dog, uses a specific muted palette in its more emotionally honest moments that contrasts with the show's standard color brightness in ways that function as an emotional cue. The show is telling you, through the color of the images, that what you are watching is sadder than the comedy normally permits. The Treehouse of Horror episodes use color deliberately to signal genre, shifting into more saturated, more expressionistic palettes that reference the visual traditions of horror cinema and Gothic illustration. The specific green that characterizes the horror segments references a tradition of horror poster art that would be recognizable to the adult viewers for whom the references are intended, while functioning simply as scary colors for younger or less cinema-literate viewers. What makes the Treehouse of Horror color work interesting is not the horror segments themselves, but the framing sequences, the scenes set in the regular Simpsons world that introduce and conclude each horror episode. These scenes maintain the regular show's palette exactly. The contrast between the horror green and the domestic yellow is part of the comedy of these episodes. The joke that the show's normal world and the horror anthology are existing in the same space, that the yellow kitchen and the cursed television set occupy the same visual universe. The color does the work of the transition that the narrative cannot quite perform. Shadow is used in the show's animation with a deliberateness that most viewers do not consciously register, but that consistently shapes the emotional register of individual scenes. The show is not an expressionist animation. Its visual language is not defined by shadow in the way that early Disney features or film noir is defined by it. But in specific moments, in scenes where the show allows itself to be genuinely dark or genuinely threatening, shadow functions as it does in those traditions, as a visual signal of something outside the normal order. Mr. Burns in shadow is a different visual entity from Mr. Burns in the standard Springfield lighting. The show uses shadow around Burns in ways that amplify his sinisterness beyond what his dialogue or his behavior requires. In scenes where Burns is depicted from below, where his silhouette looms against a lighter background, where shadow obscures the details of his face and leaves only the general shape of his ancient predatory presence, the animation is using a visual grammar of threat that belongs to a different tradition than the comedy surrounding it. Burns in these moments looks like what the show knows him to be beneath the gag, genuinely dangerous. A person who has accumulated enough power to be specifically dangerous to specific people in ways that the comedy framework has to keep abstract. The visual language the show uses for Marge Simpson is one of its most consistent and most revealing animation choices. Marge is drawn with a specific visual grammar of restraint. Her expressions are more controlled than the other characters. Her body language is less extreme. The animation does not give Marge the wild physical expressiveness it gives Homer, or the specific visual energy it gives Bart. This is partly a character choice. Marge is the person in the family whose primary job is to hold things together, and physical restraint is part of that role. But it is also an animation choice about how the show conveys Marge's interior life. Because Marge is visually restrained, the moments when her expression breaks, when something genuine and uncontrolled surfaces on her face, are visually significant in a way they would not be if the animation were giving her constant expressiveness. The moments of Marge-specific animation that carry the most weight are the moments when something is clearly costing her more than she is showing, when the restraint in her expression is itself the most expressive thing about the image. The show has learned, in its handling of Marge's animation, that the most powerful visual statement is sometimes the one that shows you exactly how hard a person is working, not to show you what they are actually feeling. This technique is used most effectively in the episodes that deal honestly with Marge's dissatisfaction with her life. There are several of these distributed across the show's run. Episodes where the premise is Marge confronting the gap between what her life is and what she might have wanted it to be. The animation in these episodes handles Marge's emotional landscape with a delicacy that matches their subject. The restraint in her visual characterization becomes, in this context, a portrait of a person who has learned to keep a great deal inside because the alternative, expressing what is actually there, would rupture the domestic world she has worked so hard to maintain. The backgrounds of the show's animation are among its most carefully composed elements, and their composition follows principles drawn from the tradition of painted backgrounds in classic animation, rather than the more casual approach typical of television production. The best Springfield backgrounds have a specific quality of environmental storytelling, of places that have histories visible in their details, of spaces that feel as though they exist beyond the frame, as though the town continues off-screen in directions the camera never visits. The nuclear plant exterior is one of the show's most compositionally important backgrounds. Its position in relation to the rest of Springfield, its scale relative to the domestic spaces the family occupies, the specific way in which it dominates the town's visual skyline in shots that include both the plant and the residential areas below it, all of this carries a visual argument about power and scale that the show makes without ever stating it directly. The plant is bigger than everything else in Springfield. This is visible in the animation. And the scale differential between the plant and the homes of the people who work in it is an animation choice that encodes a specific politics of space, a politics of who owns what, and how that ownership is made physically legible. The specific way in which the show's animation handles money deserves attention. Springfield is a town with a visible class structure, and the animation communicates that structure through specific visual signals maintained consistently across the show's run. The homes in Springfield's more prosperous areas are literally drawn differently from the homes in its less prosperous areas. The difference is in line quality, in the density of background detail, in the color palette. Money in Springfield has a specific visual signature, and the absence of money has a different one. This visual class grammar is most visible in the contrast between the Springfield depicted in episodes set in the town's ordinary working class and middle class residential areas, and the Springfield depicted in the very occasional episodes set in the community's wealthier spaces. The visual language shifts. The architecture becomes more imposing. The backgrounds become more detailed and more carefully rendered. The color palette moves upward in tone. These visual shifts are not plot relevant in any episode that includes them. They are simply the animation encoding the show's awareness of the class structure of the community it is depicting. The Simpsons, through its animation, has been making a specific argument about American class geography for 36 years. Not with slogans, not with explicit social commentary in the dialogue, but in the specific way the frame is composed when it shows you Evergreen Terrace, and the specific way it is composed when it shows you the home of a character who lives a different kind of life. The argument is there in the visual language for anyone who is watching closely enough to see it. Section 5, the guest star architecture. The Simpsons has featured, across its run, one of the largest concentrations of famous people in the history of a single television program. By the time the show passed its 500th episode, the guest star list had expanded to include multiple presidents and first ladies, dozens of Nobel Prize winners, hundreds of musicians, nearly every major sports figure of the last 3 decades, a significant proportion of Hollywood's working actors, several sitting world leaders, and an assortment of cultural figures so diverse that the complete list reads like an index of American celebrity during the show's entire lifespan. This is known. The show's guest star policy has been a topic of cultural commentary since at least the mid-90s, when it became apparent that the show was deploying famous people in ways that were different from the traditional television practice of using celebrity appearances primarily as audience attraction mechanisms. The Simpsons was doing something with its guests that the standard celebrity cameo model did not account for. Understanding what the show was actually doing requires distinguishing between the different ways celebrity has functioned in the show across its run. The first and most artistically significant use of celebrity is what might be called the satirical deployment. In the show's early and middle seasons, famous people were invited to play versions of themselves that commented on or complicated their public personas in ways that could not be accomplished through the usual mechanisms of celebrity PR. The show invited celebrities to say things about themselves that their agents would never normally permit, to acknowledge the gap between their public image and their private reality, to participate in a satirical project that was simultaneously flattering them by taking their cultural significance seriously enough to satirize it, and deflating them by revealing the machinery behind their fame. The Michael Jackson episode, broadcast in 1991 under the title Stark Raving Dad, is the most famous example of this approach and remains one of the most discussed episodes in the show's history. Jackson appeared anonymously under a pseudonym, playing a large white man named Leon Kompowski who believes he is Michael Jackson. The episode's comic premise is that Homer, committed to a mental institution, befriends this man who may or may not be who he claims to be, and the ambiguity about the character's identity is maintained throughout. Jackson himself, uncredited, voiced the character, but the voice is unmistakably his. What the episode does with this premise is characteristically sophisticated. The question of whether this man is really Michael Jackson is structurally the same question as the broader question the show was asking about celebrity identity. Is the public persona real? Is the person you see performing the same as the person who exists when the performance stops? Leon Kompowski, whether or not he is actually Michael Jackson, behaves as someone who has absorbed the Michael Jackson mythology completely, who has taken on the identity as a way of making sense of his own existence. And the episode's treatment of this is sympathetic rather than mocking. Leon is not presented as delusional in a cruel sense. He is presented as someone who found in a famous person's public identity something that allowed him to be himself in a way his actual identity did not permit. The episode is about the relationship between identity and performance, and it is making that argument through a celebrity guest whose relationship between identity and performance was, in 1991, perhaps the most publicly complex and contested in American popular culture. The McCartney episode, Lisa the Vegetarian, is an example of the satirical deployment functioning in a different register. Paul McCartney agreed to appear in the episode on the condition that the show commit to a specific conclusion. Lisa's vegetarianism would not be reversed at the end of the episode. McCartney was using his celebrity leverage to insert a political and ethical position into the show's permanent continuity. The show agreed, and Lisa has been vegetarian ever since. This is celebrity deployment as content-shaping mechanism. McCartney's participation was conditional on the show making a specific choice about its characters, and the show made that choice because McCartney's participation was valuable enough to warrant it. The result is that a celebrity guest's political commitment became baked into the show's permanent characterization, an element of Lisa's identity that has persisted across 30 years of subsequent episodes because a former Beatle cared enough to make it a condition of his appearance. The Stephen Hawking episodes represent a different kind of celebrity deployment, the use of a famous person as cultural shorthand for for something the show wants to say about intelligence and disability, and the gap between intellectual achievement and social circumstance. Hawking's appearances in the show are among the most self-aware celebrity deployments in television history. He plays a version of himself that is both accurate to his public image and slightly exaggerated for comic effect, a genius who is aware of his own status as a symbol, who is capable of using that symbol status for his own ends, who navigates the world with the kind of specific self-knowledge that his actual public persona projected. The comedy of the Hawking episodes depends on the audience's awareness of who Hawking actually is and what he represented in the cultural conversation. His interactions with Lisa, his appearances in contexts where his physical limitations are acknowledged and transcended by the force of his intellect, these carry a weight that comes from outside the show's fiction, from the audience's knowledge of Hawking's real life and real circumstances. The show is using that weight deliberately, bringing Hawking into Springfield because Springfield, with its specific relationship to intelligence and its structural undervaluing of intellectual achievement, provided a context in which Hawking's presence could say something true about the experience of being exceptionally intelligent in a world that has ambivalent feelings about exceptional intelligence. The political celebrity appearances in the show require careful handling because they exist in the specific tension between the show's satirical tradition and its commercial need to maintain a broad enough audience that political content cannot be too specific or too alienating. The show has hosted political figures across the entire political spectrum and the treatment of these figures follows a specific protocol. The comedy should be at the expense of political vanity and institutional absurdity, rather than at the expense of any specific political position. The show satirizes the condition of being a politician, more than it satirizes the positions of any particular politician. This has allowed figures from very different political traditions to appear in the show with equal willingness to participate in the satire. The show's genius is that it has found a way to mock power without specifically endorsing any alternative to it, which is a comic stance that is both artistically limiting and commercially effective. Everyone can enjoy the satire of political pomposity because no one is being told their team is wrong. The musical celebrity appearances in the show are among its most carefully engineered elements. The show has always used music with a sophistication that its comedy surface obscures, and the guest musicians it has brought in across its run have consistently been used not merely as celebrity attractions, but as genuine musical contributors whose presence adds a specific quality to the episodes they appear in. The Johnny Cash episode, in which Cash voices a coyote who acts as a spirit guide for Homer during a hallucination induced by eating a Guatemalan pepper, is one of the show's most beautiful and most formally unusual achievements. Cash's voice in this context carries a quality that no other performer could replicate, a quality of earned wisdom and genuine gravitas that transforms what might have been a novelty cameo into something genuinely strange and affecting. The Coyote Guide speaks to Homer in Cash's voice, and the authority in that voice, the sense of someone who has been places and seen things and come out the other side still standing, shapes the emotional content of the episode in a way that would not be possible with a different performer. The show knew this. The casting of Johnny Cash as a spirit guide coyote is not a random decision. It is a precisely calibrated choice about what kind of authority Homer needed to encounter in that moment, and about which human voice carried that authority most completely. The later season's celebrity deployments are less consistently interesting than the earlier ones, a shift that tracks the show's broader creative evolution. As the show moved into its later phase, the celebrity appearances became more frequently transactional, more obviously driven by the cultural cachet of having a particular famous person in an episode, rather than by the question of what that famous person's presence could contribute to the show's ongoing argument. The celebrities became, more regularly, the entertainment, rather than the vehicle for entertainment. But even in the later seasons, there are exceptions, moments when a specific celebrity's presence does something that illuminates a part of the show's world or a part of its characters' lives in ways that justify the special access it requires. These exceptions reward identification because they demonstrate that the show's earlier approach to celebrity was not simply a product of a specific creative moment, but was always available as a mode when the writers were motivated to pursue it. The most structurally interesting aspect of the show's celebrity architecture is what it reveals about the show's understanding of its own cultural position. The Simpsons invites famous people into its world and subjects them to its satirical logic, which means applying the show's consistent argument about fame, about power, about the gap between public persona and private reality, to the specific famous person in question. This only works if the famous person understands and accepts the terms of the engagement. The celebrities who have appeared most successfully in the show are those who came prepared to be honest about something, to let the show's satirical frame illuminate something real about their public presence. The celebrities who appear in the show as pure glamour imports, who use their appearance to project an untouched version of their public image, produce the weakest episodes. The celebrities who come prepared to play, prepared to let the show's frame complicate or invert their image, produce the memorable ones. This distinction tells you something about what the show's creative vision required of its guests. It required willingness to be seen, willingness to let the comedy do something to you rather than simply using you as its vehicle. The show's guest star architecture, at its best, is a test of that willingness. The celebrities who pass the test become part of the show's argument about itself and about the culture it is describing. The ones who fail become furniture. Script Part 2. Section 6 to 10. Section 6. The Children of Springfield. There is a version of The Simpsons that is the story of two children, not one family. Everything in the show ultimately returns to the question of what happens to smart children in environments that do not know what to do with them. This is the show's deepest subject, more fundamental than its satire of American consumerism or its ongoing comedy of domestic dysfunction. Beneath all of that, in the specific stories of Bart Simpson and Lisa Simpson, the show is conducting a sustained examination of what intelligence looks like in children who inhabit very different relationships to the institutions designed to process and shape them. Bart is considered the less intelligent child. This is the show's premise, and it is wrong in ways the show itself has periodically acknowledged without ever fully committing to the implications of those acknowledgments. Bart Simpson's intelligence is distributed in directions that standardized assessment cannot measure and that institutional authority cannot reward. He is a strategist. He understands social dynamics with an instinctive precision that adults with decades more experience fail to match. He reads people. He reads situations. He identifies pressure points in social systems and knows instinctively which ones, when pushed, will produce a desired outcome. He has been doing this since before he could form sentences, and he has been doing it in an environment, Springfield Elementary School, that has consistently failed to recognize what he is doing as a form of intelligence rather than a form of misbehavior. The specific nature of Bart's intelligence becomes most visible in the episodes that allow him, briefly, to exercise it in contexts that the school does not control. When Bart is outside the classroom, when he is navigating Springfield's social world on his own terms, when he is running a scheme or managing a situation or extracting himself from a consequence through the specific combination of charm, improvisation, and tactical thinking that constitutes his cognitive style, he is operating at a level that no one around him recognizes as remarkable. This is the show making a specific argument about intelligence that runs counter to the institutional consensus that surrounds Bart. The school has decided he is not smart. His grades confirm this. His behavior confirms it. The entire apparatus of educational assessment has looked at Bart Simpson and produced a verdict. Below average, potential unrealized, at risk of being held back. The school is not entirely wrong about Bart's academic performance, but it is completely wrong about what that performance means. Bart is not failing because he lacks intelligence. He is failing because the specific form of intelligence he possesses is not what the school is designed to assess, and because the school's failure to engage him on his own terms produced early a hostility toward institutional learning that calcified into a permanent identity. He became the bad student because the school made the bad student the only available role for a child whose talents did not fit its available categories. This has real-world resonance that the show has been pressing on for 36 years. The American education system's relationship to children whose intelligence is non-standardized, whose gifts are social or strategic or creative rather than academic in the narrow institutional sense, is a consistent theme in debates about educational equity and effectiveness that have been running for the entire duration of the show's existence. The show dramatized this debate through Bart's character a generation before it became as prominent in the public conversation as it now is. The episode that most directly confronts this issue is Bart Gets an F, the fourth season 1 episode and the first episode produced with the specific vision that would define the show's golden age. Bart, facing the prospect of being held back a year, genuinely tries to pass a history test. He studies. He makes an effort that the viewer has not previously seen from him. And he fails anyway, because the knowledge he has been asked to acquire is knowledge his brain has not found a way to make personally significant knowledge that exists in a register entirely disconnected from the way he actually learns and thinks. The scene in which Bart receives his failing grade is one of the show's most unexpectedly affecting early moments. He genuinely tried. The grade did not reflect the effort. And the show, in depicting Bart's response to this failure, does something unusual for a comedy. It allows the failure to be genuinely painful, to register as something more than a joke setup, to be the experience of a child discovering that effort and achievement are not the same thing and that the gap between them can sometimes be unbridgeable within a specific institutional context. Bart cries. Not performatively, not as a manipulation technique, not as a comedy beat. He cries because he tried, And it was not enough. And the grade on the paper represents the official verdict of an institution he already dislikes on his adequacy as a learner, and the verdict is failing. And he knew, before he even got the paper back, that it would probably be failing, and he tried anyway, and it was anyway. The show earns this moment through the specific care with which it depicted Bart's preparation. You watched him try. The failure is not funny. The show does not try to make it funny. It sits with the failure, and it allows the audience to sit with it too. This is the Bart that the show's surface, with its Bartmania merchandise and its Eat My Shorts catchphrases, actively obscured in the cultural reception of the show's early seasons. Bart was marketed as attitude, as rebellion, as the transgressive child who said the things other children were not allowed to say. The specific emotional complexity of the character, the genuine pain underneath the performance, the intelligence that had nowhere adequate to go, this was not what the t-shirts said. Lisa Simpson's intelligence is of a different kind and operates within a different relationship to the show's institutional world. Lisa is recognizably gifted in ways the school can measure. She scores high on tests. She reads above her age level. She is a skilled musician. She is articulate and analytically capable. The school's assessment of Lisa is correct in the sense that it identifies her as exceptional, as the kind of student that educational institutions claim to want to produce. But the show has been examining, with remarkable consistency across its entire run, the specific experience of being the kind of student educational institutions claim to want while actually existing inside those institutions as they function in practice. The experience is not the one the institutional rhetoric promises. Lisa at Springfield Elementary is not rewarded for her intelligence in any consistent or meaningful way. She is praised occasionally by individual teachers who recognize what they are looking at. But the institutional environment, the social world of the school, the peer culture in which Lisa's daily life is actually conducted, treats her intelligence as a problem. Her knowledge makes her uncomfortable to be around. Her standards make other children feel inadequate. Her refusal to perform the social conventions of childhood sociability, the willingness to be perceived as less smart than she is in order to be liked, generates a specific kind of social isolation that is familiar to anyone who was that child in that situation. The show has returned to this experience in episode after episode across 36 seasons because it is a genuine human situation that comedy can engage with honestly, and that American cultural mythology tends to either sentimentalize or ignore. The story that gets told about gifted children in American popular culture is a story about triumph, about extraordinary talent finding its expression despite obstacles, about the nerd who becomes the hero. The Simpsons has told a different story. It has told the story of what the experience is actually like from the inside, the dailiness of it, the specific loneliness, the way it requires sustained effort to maintain standards in an environment that actively discourages them. The friendship between Lisa and Janie Powell, her nominal best friend at school, is one of the show's most quietly accurate portrayals of female childhood friendship. Janie and Lisa are friends primarily because they are proximate, because they are in the same class and share some surface interests and have drifted into friendship through the mechanism of childhood proximity, rather than through the discovery of genuine mutual understanding. Janie does not understand Lisa. She is friendly to Lisa, she is not hostile, but the specific quality of Lisa's intelligence and her emotional intensity is something Janie relates to primarily as a social inconvenience, rather than as a meaningful characteristic of her friend. Lisa knows this. The show does not labor the point, but it is visible in the specific dynamics of their interactions, in the ways Lisa moderates her own expression around Janie, in the characteristic gap between what Lisa is actually thinking and what she says in social contexts where being fully herself is not safe. Lisa has learned to perform a less intense version of herself in most social situations. The full Lisa, the one who shows up when she is alone or in conversation with the rare adult or peer who can actually receive what she is saying, is something that most of Springfield never sees. This is the show's most sustained portrait of what intelligence costs in a social environment that cannot accommodate it. The cost is not academic. The cost is the continuous labor of self-modulation, of keeping the full version of yourself in reserve, because the unmodulated version generates responses you have learned to anticipate and manage. It is the cost of always being aware of the gap between what you are and what the room can hold. The relationship between Bart and Lisa is the show's most complex sibling portrait, and it is one of the most honestly depicted sibling dynamics in American television. They love each other. This is real and consistent across the show's run. The love is not simple or sentimental. It is the specific love of two people who grew up in the same house and know each other completely, including the parts of each other that are difficult to know. But their love exists across a genuine divide. They have different relationships to intelligence, to institutional authority, to the question of what success looks like. Bart has resigned himself to a vision of his own life that is smaller than what his actual capabilities would support. And Lisa is fighting a daily battle against a world that wants to contain her. These are not compatible orientations, and the show does not pretend they are. The episodes that put Bart and Lisa in direct conflict, in competition with each other for a specific thing, or over a specific disagreement, are the show's most honest examinations of the ways in which even deeply loving family relationships are not immune to the pressure of genuinely different life orientations. The sibling episodes that the show has produced over the decades constitute a body of work on childhood family dynamics that is among the most psychologically astute in American popular culture. These are not the episodes that get discussed first when people talk about the show's greatest achievements. They do not have the cultural resonance of the Homer and Burns dynamic, or the satirical sharpness of the show's political episodes. But they are the episodes that have held up most completely as portraits of how actual human families work, of the specific intimacy and specific difficulty of loving someone you did not choose to love, someone whose life runs parallel to yours in ways you cannot control or fully understand. Maggie's relationship to both of her siblings is constructed through the absence of verbal interaction. She cannot tell Bart what she thinks of him. She cannot tell Lisa what she understands. And yet the show has built, across hundreds of episodes, a portrait of Maggie's relationship to her siblings that is communicated entirely through the specific ways she observes, responds to, and occasionally intervenes in their lives. Maggie watches everything. Specifically, Maggie watches Lisa. The relationship between Maggie and Lisa, which is almost entirely silent, given that one of the participants cannot speak, is the most suggestive relationship in the show. Maggie is paying attention to Lisa in ways that the rest of the family is not. She is absorbing what Lisa does, what Lisa says, how Lisa navigates a world that does not accommodate her. And the show suggests, in the ways Maggie responds to Lisa's situations, that she understands what she is seeing at a level of comprehension that should not be possible for a one-year-old. The question this raises, a question the show has allowed to hang open for 36 years, is what Maggie is going to do with everything she has absorbed. She has been watching the smartest person in the family navigate a world that defeats her. She has been watching the most rebellious person in the family navigate a world that contains him. She has been watching her parents negotiate a marriage that is under continuous strain. She has been watching, since the day she arrived in this family, a specific education in what happens to people in Springfield and what is required to survive it. Maggie has not yet decided what to do with this education. The show has been very careful, across its entire run, not to resolve Maggie's story. She remains the Simpson family's unresolved future. And the unresolved nature of that future is the most honest thing the show has done in depicting childhood. The acknowledgement that you cannot know, watching a young child, what they are going to become, that the person they are already is not yet the person they will be, and that the specific ingredients of their situation, the specific family they are in, the specific town they are growing up in, the specific observations they are making every day from behind a silence that everyone around them has learned to underestimate, will produce something that nobody has predicted. Maggie is the show's one truly open ending. Everyone else's story has a trajectory, even if it is a circular one. Maggie's trajectory is genuinely unknown. The show preserved this unknowing deliberately, and the preservation of it is the show's most adult acknowledgement of what childhood actually is. Section 7. The Marriage at the Center. Homer and Marge Simpson have been married for 36 years and have nearly divorced at least a dozen times. The near divorces are not simply episode premises. They are a recurring structural element of the show's ongoing depiction of what a long marriage actually requires. and the consistency with which the show returns to this theme, the regularity with which it places the marriage under specific stress and then examines what holds it together, constitutes one of the most sustained examinations of marriage as an institution in American popular culture. Understanding what the show is saying about this marriage requires starting with what the marriage was always about, which is not what the show's romantic surface suggests. Homer and Marge's love story, as the show has told and retold it across multiple flashback episodes, is a story about a specific kind of compatibility that exists alongside and in spite of a comprehensive incompatibility in almost every other dimension. Homer and Marge are not alike. They do not share interests or intellectual temperaments or social styles, or even, in any deep sense, values in the way that the show's more utopian romantic mythology would require. What they share is something more specific and, in the long run, more durable. A particular kind of emotional recognition. Marge saw Homer when they were young as someone who needed to be seen in a specific way, as someone whose chaotic surface concealed a genuine emotional core that the world around him was not equipped to perceive. Homer saw Marge as someone whose steadiness and goodness represented a quality of life that his own situation, with an absent mother and a remote father and a developing brain impaired by a foreign object lodged in it since childhood, had never provided him. They each offered the other something that the world was not otherwise offering them, and that exchange became the foundation of a marriage. The problem, the one the show has been examining for 36 years, is that what two young people need from each other and what two middle-aged adults need from each other are not the same things. The specific exchange that founded Homer and Marge's marriage was adequate to get them through their early years. Whether it is adequate to sustain them through the decades that follow is a question the show has never definitively answered, and the refusal to answer it definitively is itself the show's most honest statement about long marriages. The episode A Streetcar Named Marge is early evidence of the show's willingness to approach this subject seriously. Marge joins a community theater production of a Tennessee Williams play and discovers, in the process of inhabiting a character who is suffering under an impossible situation, that the process of performing suffering has given her access to something she has been keeping unexpressed in her actual life. The episode is careful not to overstate this. It does not turn Marge's community theater experience into a full-scale psychological crisis, but it allows the performance to illuminate something real about the gap between Marge's interior life and the version of herself she presents to her family. What is most revealing about this episode is not the Blanche DuBois parallel, but the specific quality of Homer's engagement with Marge's performance. Homer watches his wife on stage performing a character in a state of genuine crisis, a character whose relationship to the person who controls her life is defined by dependency, by the specific power differential that comes from having fewer resources and fewer options. And he does not recognize what he is watching. He is not watching Blanche DuBois. He is watching something his marriage is doing to his wife. And the show trusts the audience to recognize this, while Homer does not. This is the show's characteristic approach to examining the marriage's difficulties. It presents the difficulty clearly from a position that gives the audience more information than Homer has, and it allows the comedy of Homer's obliviousness to coexist with the genuine discomfort of watching someone fail to see what is in front of them. The Last Temptation of Homer handles the marriage's vulnerability from a different angle. Homer meets a woman at work, Mindy, who is his perfect counterpart in every way, who shares his appetites and his sensibility and his general orientation toward life's pleasures, and the episode takes seriously the possibility that Homer might be with someone better suited to him. The comedy of the episode is built around Homer's increasingly desperate attempts to resist a temptation that the show is being honest about. The specific appeal of someone who understands you immediately and without effort, in contrast to the ongoing labor of being understood by someone who has been working at understanding you for years and still finds the project incomplete. The episode's resolution, in which Homer chooses Marge despite the appeal of the alternative, is not played as a triumph of virtue over temptation. It is played as a recognition on Homer's part that what he has with Marge, the history, the children, the specific intimacy that comes from years of shared experience, is not replaceable by the effortless appeal of someone new. The episode trusts its audience to understand the distinction between the excitement of new understanding and the depth of accumulated understanding. and it frames Homer's choice in those terms rather than in terms of moral duty. This is a sophisticated position for a comedy to maintain. The show is not telling you that Homer chose right because infidelity is wrong. It is telling you that he chose the marriage because the marriage contains something that the alternative cannot replicate. That what accrues over years of shared difficulty is worth more than what is immediately available in the appeal of someone new. It is a defense of commitment that is based not on moral principle, but on an honest account of what long commitment actually produces. The episode Marge versus the Monorail is often cited purely as a comedic achievement, one of Conan O'Brien's best scripts and one of the funniest episodes the show produced. But running underneath its comedy is a specific examination of the way Homer's enthusiasms operate in the marriage. Homer's adoption of the monorail project, his complete embrace of a new scheme with the same total commitment he brings to every enthusiasm before the next one arrives, is played for comedy. It is also, from Marge's perspective, a portrait of what it is like to be married to someone whose engagement with any given thing is always more intense than it is durable. Marge's skepticism about the monorail is rational and correct. Her husband's enthusiasm is genuine but unreliable. The comedy is that the show is clearly aware of this dynamic and that the dynamic is itself. When you step back from the jokes, a portrait of a specific kind of marital friction that is not funny to the person on the receiving end of the unreliable enthusiasm. The show has been honest, in its better episodes, about the ways in which Marge pays the cost of Homer's character. The episodes that treat Homer's disasters primarily as comedy, as spectacles of incompetence that are cleaned up by the next act, are the weaker ones. The episodes that allow Marge's experience of Homer's disasters to register as real, to impose actual costs on her actual life, are the ones that have held up as portraits of a marriage rather than as comedy premises. Homer Alone, the episode in which Marge has a nervous breakdown and checks into a spa resort to recover from the accumulated weight of managing her family's needs without adequate support, is the show at its most honest about what Marge's life requires of her. The breakdown is played seriously. The hotel is played as a genuine respite from something genuine. And the episode's parallel storyline, in which Homer attempts and fails to manage the household in Marge's absence, is not simply comedy. It is a demonstration of what Marge's invisible labor actually consists of, conducted through Homer's failure to replicate it. This is a standard feminist narrative move, the revelation of invisible domestic labor through the comedy of its absence, and the show makes it with a clarity that is uncharacteristic of a sitcom of this period. In 1992, a primetime American comedy depicting a mother's nervous breakdown as a reasonable response to the invisible weight of domestic labor, and treating that breakdown with genuine sympathy rather than as a joke setup, was doing something genuinely unusual. The marriage's long-term sustainability is the show's most persistent open question, more persistent even than Maggie's future, because it is a question that each episode of the show both poses and temporarily answers. Each episode ends with the marriage intact. The permanence is structural, required by the show's episodic format, but the permanence is also repeatedly earned within the episode's narrative, achieved through a specific resolution of the specific stress the episode placed on it. The show has, across 36 seasons, produced a complete taxonomy of marriage stresses and a corresponding taxonomy of the things that resolve them. The resolutions are never identical. They range from genuine emotional breakthroughs to simple reminders of shared history to the comedy of circumstances conspiring to reunite people who have been pushed apart. The variety is important. The show has not settled on a single theory of what makes a marriage durable. It has kept the question genuinely open and answered it differently each time it is posed. This is the most artistically honest thing the show has done in its depiction of the marriage. A show with a simpler agenda would have settled on a formula. Homer is inconsiderate. Marge reminds him of their love. Homer understands. The marriage continues. This formula exists in the show, especially in its later seasons when the machinery of episodic resolution became more visible. But the show's best marriage episodes do not use this formula. They use the specific situation of these specific people in this specific moment, and they find the resolution that this situation, honestly examined, actually produces. The result is a portrait of a long marriage that is, across its entirety, one of the most detailed and most honest in American television. Not because each episode is a profound meditation on matrimony, but because the accumulation of hundreds of episodes, each pressing on the marriage from a different angle, each finding it holding for a different reason, produces an aggregate portrait of what a long marriage actually looks like from the inside over time. The imperfection is part of the honesty. A marriage without imperfection is not a marriage. Homer is too much. Marge holds too much inside. These are real problems that the show has not solved, and will not solve because they are not the kind of problems that get solved. They are the kind of problems that get lived with, and the living with them is what the 36 years of their marriage actually consists of. The most affecting depiction of the marriage in the show's entire run is the smallest. It is not in any of the episodes that explicitly address the marriage's challenges. It is in the moments between those episodes, in the background details of ordinary domestic scenes, in the specific way Homer looks at Marge when he thinks she is not watching, in the specific way Marge's face softens at Homer's enthusiasms, even when those enthusiasms are about to cause problems. The marriage is not primarily a subject for the show. It is an atmosphere, a condition of the domestic world in which all of the show's comedy and all of its sadness occurs. And the specific quality of that atmosphere, warm and imperfect and genuinely lived in, is the show's most sustained creative achievement. Section 8. Springfield as a character. Mo Shislak has been tending bar in Springfield since the show began, and his bar has not changed. This is unusual. Bars change. They renovate, they rebrand, they close and reopen. They follow the economic trajectory of the neighborhoods they serve. Mo's Tavern has been sitting in the same place, looking the same way, serving the same people, the same drinks, and the same atmosphere of managed despair for 36 years. In the real world, this would be remarkable. In Springfield, it is simply how things are. But the constancy of Mo's Tavern is not laziness on the show's part. It is the most accurate representation in the show of something specific about the economic life of the communities the show is depicting. There are bars in working-class American towns that have not changed in 36 years. There are businesses in those towns whose continued existence is not a function of commercial success, but of the specific inertia of places that have become so thoroughly embedded in their communities that closure would require a social disruption nobody is prepared to initiate. Mo's Tavern is one of those places. It exists not because it is economically viable, but because the people who drink there need it to exist, because it performs a social function that the community has come to depend on, and because the alternative, its closure and the dispersal of its regulars into a world that has no other place for them, is something the community has implicitly agreed not to allow. Understanding Mo's Tavern requires understanding what it actually is, which is not primarily a bar. It is Springfield's most important social institution after the church, the school, and the power plant, and it is the only one of these institutions that operates without the pretension of a higher purpose. The church tells you it is saving souls. The school tells you it is educating children. The power plant tells you it is keeping the lights on. Mo's tells you it is selling alcohol, which is honest in a way that the other institutions are not, and which is one of the reasons that the community's most truthful conversations happen there. The Homer-Mo relationship is the show's most consistent portrait of male friendship. It is not romantic. It is not uncomplicated. Mo is not, by any objective measure, a good person. He is resentful, occasionally dishonest, incapable of sustained human connection, and deeply unhappy in ways that he has resolved to make everyone around him slightly unhappy too. These are not the qualities of a good friend, and yet his relationship with Homer, across 36 years of episodes, constitutes a genuine friendship in the specific sense that they know each other completely and have not been driven apart by what they know. The specific quality of their friendship is the quality of people who have been witnesses to each other's lives for long enough that the usual social calculations of friendship, the assessments of compatibility and mutual benefit, no longer apply. They are friends because they have been friends. The history of their friendship is itself the reason for its continuation. And this is, the show suggests, one of the most specific ways that long friendship works. Not through the ongoing discovery of shared values, but through the accumulated weight of shared time. The Springfield nuclear power plant, which we have discussed at length in other contexts, deserves examination specifically as a piece of civic architecture in Springfield's urban geography. The plant is not just an environmental and economic fact, it is a spatial fact. The plant occupies a specific position in Springfield's physical geography that gives it a presence in the town's visual world beyond its functional role. It is always there, visible from specific locations across Springfield, present as a background element in outdoor scenes in ways that are not always plot relevant. This constant visual presence is the animation team making an argument about how power works in space. The plant does not need to be doing anything at any given moment to be asserting its presence. It simply exists, at scale, in the background of Springfield's daily life. It is visible from schools and parks and residential streets. Its cooling towers are a permanent feature of the skyline that every Springfield resident has been looking at for their entire lives. The specific way in which the plant has been rendered in the show's animation, its scale relative to other Springfield buildings, its position in exterior shots, the frequency with which it appears as a background element in scenes that have nothing directly to do with it, is a sustained visual argument about the relationship between industrial capital and the communities that depend on it. The plant is always present because its presence is constant in the lives of the people who live downwind of it. You cannot look at Springfield without seeing the plant. This is not incidental to the show's visual design. It is one of its central compositional choices. The nuclear plant as civic presence intersects with a broader theme in the show's depiction of Springfield as a place, which is the theme of institutional failure at scale. Springfield has institutions. It has more institutions than a town of its size should plausibly require. A school, multiple churches, a hospital, a police department, a fire department, courts, a prison, a museum, a zoo, a professional baseball team, an opera house, a monorail, and a nuclear power plant. This is an extraordinary density of institutional infrastructure for a town that otherwise reads as a small, moderately declining American city. The institutions do not work. This is the comedy premise that animates a substantial fraction of the show's individual episodes, the premise that every institution the town possesses is incompetent at the function it claims to perform. The school does not educate. The police do not protect. The hospital does not heal. The courts do not deliver justice. The plant does not operate safely. The fire department, in at least one memorable episode, actively creates fires. Springfield's institutional world is a gallery of failed public goods, of organizations and systems that exist in the form of institutions without delivering any of the substance institutions are supposed to deliver. This is the show's most sustained political argument, and the one most thoroughly disguised as comedy. The failure of Springfield's institutions, if you remove the comedy frame, a portrait of the specific ways in which American public institutions fail the communities they are supposed to serve. Not through villainy, usually, but through the more ordinary mechanisms of underfunding, of political corruption, of the gradual capture of public institutions by the private interests they are supposed to regulate, of the specific combination of structural inadequacy and individual incompetence that characterizes institutional failure in the real world. Wiggum is not a villain. He is a product. The Springfield Police Department's failure is not primarily attributable to Wiggum's personal qualities. It is attributable to the specific institutional culture that Wiggum inherited and perpetuates, a culture shaped by political patronage and the specific incentive structures of a police department that serves a community dominated by a single powerful economic interest. Burns does not need to actively corrupt the Springfield police. He simply needs to ensure that the department is never funded or equipped adequately enough to develop the institutional capacity to challenge his interests. The corruption is structural. It operates through omission and neglect rather than through active villainy. The show has been depicting this model of institutional failure for 36 years, and the specificity of its depiction is one of the reasons the show's satirical observations have retained their relevance across such a long time span. The specific ways in which Springfield's institutions fail are not dated observations about a particular political moment. They are portraits of structural failures that have persisted across the entire period of the show's existence, because they are features of the system rather than products of any specific administration or policy moment. Moe's Tavern, in this context, serves a specific social function. It is the space where Springfield's institutional failures are processed, discussed, and metabolized into the kind of resigned acceptance that allows people to continue living in a community whose institutions have failed them. The bar is the town's informal truth-telling space, the place where the official narrative of Springfield as a functioning community with adequate institutions is most consistently punctured by the daily experience of the people who live there. The conversations at Moe's are rarely about politics or institutional failure in any direct sense. But the atmosphere at Moe's, the specific quality of the despair that characterizes the bar's emotional register, is the residue of institutional failure made ambient. These are people who needed the school to work and it did not work. They needed the healthcare system to work and it did not work. They needed the economy to provide adequate opportunity and it did not provide it. They are sitting at a bar tended by a man who is as much a product of these failures as they are, and the specific character of their drinking, resigned and habitual and social, in the way that the absence of other adequate social institutions makes drinking social, is the show's most honest portrait of what life looks like downstream of systematic institutional failure. Springfield's geography extends beyond its civic institutions into the specific physical landscape that surrounds it. The gorge, the mountain, the sea, the forest, the desert that exists somewhere beyond the town's edges in various episodes, all of these natural features have specific relationships to the town's social life that the show has used across its run for specific dramatic and comedic purposes. The gorge is the show's primary site of consequence for physical disasters. Homer's relationship with the gorge, specifically the specific Springfield Gorge that has received him at the bottom of it across multiple episodes, is one of the show's most consistent comedy geography elements. But the gorge is also, when the show allows itself to be specific about it, a landscape that reflects something real about Springfield's physical environment. It is a natural feature that exists at the edge of the town's habitability, a dramatic geography that periodically claims people who get too close to the edge. The woods around Springfield, the forests that appear in episodes requiring access to wilderness, serve a similar function. They are the spaces where Springfield's social world does not reach, where its institutional authority does not extend, where the specific conventions and repressions of the community can be temporarily escaped. The woods are where Homer sees things he cannot explain. They are where characters go when they need to be outside the town's social gravity. They are the negative space of Springfield's civic world, the area of unresolved experience that surrounds the town's ordered institutional center. These geographical details are not plot machinery. They are visual and spatial arguments about the town as a place, about the specific relationship between the ordered world of Springfield's civic institutions and the disordered world that surrounds them. Springfield is a small clearing of social organization in a larger landscape that does not care about social organization. And the show's geography is consistent in its depiction of the town's smallness relative to the world that contains it. Section 9, the writer's room inside the show. In Season 3, The Simpsons made an episode about itself making an episode. The Front is the first of the show's self-referential episodes, but it is not primarily interesting as a formal experiment. It is interesting as a record of the relationship between the show's creative team and the industrial machinery that surrounded it. A relationship that was, by the show's third season, already complicated enough to warrant dramatizing. The show's capacity for self-reference, for the specific kind of comedy that emerges from a text commenting on its own production and its own conditions of existence, grew from the beginning into one of its defining modes. Episodes set in the television industry, episodes dealing with the experience of creative workers within corporate entertainment structures, episodes in which the show's characters interact with the mechanisms of their own fictional production. These constitute a meta-textual layer in the show's output that is as carefully constructed as any of its other thematic threads. The most sustained example of this meta-textual work is the show's long, complicated, frequently hilarious, and occasionally genuinely angry relationship with Fox Broadcasting Company, the network that airs it. The Simpsons has been criticizing its own network on its own network for the entirety of its run, in a media relationship so peculiar that it deserves examination as an object in its own right. Fox, in the show's depiction of it, is represented primarily through the figure of network executives who appear as minor antagonists in industry-themed episodes. These executives are depicted with a consistency that suggests a composite portrait drawn from specific interactions between the show's creative team and the actual network. They are smooth, they are commercially focused, they are incapable of understanding creative work, except in the language of ratings and demographics, and their interventions in the creative process are always, without exception, artistically destructive. The network in The Simpsons is a machine for turning interesting things into safe, commercially palatable things. It is the enemy of everything the show values, and this critique airs on Fox. Weekly. The network that the show is consistently depicting as an enemy of creative integrity broadcasts the show that is making this depiction. The specific quality of this arrangement, its absurdity and its audacity, is itself one of the show's best jokes, one that has been running for 36 years. The question of how this arrangement was sustained, how the show managed to maintain its capacity for self-criticism within a corporate structure that had every commercial incentive to suppress it, is one of the most interesting institutional questions in American television history. The answer is, primarily, that the show was so successful for so long that Fox was unwilling to risk interfering with the production in ways that might damage the creative conditions of that success. The show's ratings gave it leverage. The creative team used that leverage to maintain the latitude that made the show what it was. But the leverage was not unlimited, and there are specific examples across the show's history of network interference shaping or redirecting specific episodes in ways that the creative team was not happy about. The show processed this frustration through its comedy, producing episodes that were transparently about the experience of creative workers navigating network authority, episodes in which the specific dynamics of that relationship were dramatized, with enough fictional distance to avoid direct complaint, while being specific enough that anyone familiar with the industry could read them accurately. The episode Homer versus Patty and Selma contains, in a minor subplot, a fairly unambiguous portrait of the experience of pitching comedy ideas in a corporate environment. The subplot is not the episode's focus, and the comedy of the scene is not primarily about the television industry. But the specific quality of the rejection Homer experiences, its combination of superficial courtesy and fundamental indifference to the value of what is being offered, reads as something drawn from observation of a specific process. The show is depicting something it knows from the inside, and the precision of the depiction is visible. The Krusty the Clown storyline across the show's run is the show's most sustained meta-commentary on the entertainment industry, and it operates at a level of specificity that surpasses anything the show has done in direct industry satire. Krusty is a comedian whose comedy has become entirely dissociated from anything genuine in his personal experience or emotional life. He performs for children on television. The performance is technically skilled, the timing is good, the mechanics are competent. But the performance is hollow because the person performing it has nothing left to draw on. Krusty has been performing for so long, in conditions so industrially managed and so thoroughly divorced from anything he actually believes or feels, that the connection between the performer and the performance has been severed. The show established this as Krusty's fundamental condition early, and has maintained it with remarkable consistency. He is a man who became a comedian because comedy once connected him to something true about himself and his experience, and who has spent decades watching that connection erode under the pressure of commercial entertainment production. He is what the show fears becoming. He is what The Simpsons most consistently argues against in its depiction of the entertainment industry. The specific death of creative authenticity that occurs when a creative work is successful enough for long enough that the machinery of its success begins to run independently of the person who originally made it. This is the show criticizing, through Krusty, the trajectory it feared for itself, and the fear was not unfounded. The show's later seasons, by common critical consensus, show exactly the pattern the Krusty character was predicting. Technical competence operating at a remove from the genuine emotional engagement that made the early seasons what they were. The machine kept running. The show kept being made. But something in the relationship between the creators and the creation had changed in ways that the show's own internal mythology had identified as the most significant possible failure. The writer's room of The Simpsons at its peak was one of the most concentrated gatherings of comic talent in American cultural history. The specifics are well documented. Multiple Harvard Lampoon alumni, several academic overachievers who had redirected their analytical capabilities toward comedy, a culture of competitive intelligence in which the currency was the ability to find the funniest possible version of any given idea. The show's best episodes bear the marks of this culture in specific ways. They have a quality of exhaustive creative effort, of having found through many attempts the exact phrasing, the exact comic beat, the exact specific detail that makes a joke land at its maximum potential rather than merely adequately. The jokes in the peak Simpsons seasons are not just funny. They are funny in a specific way that suggests they were subjected to rigorous refinement, that the version you are hearing is the version that survived comparison with many other versions, all of which were also funny. This quality is visible in the density of the show's comedy during its golden age, the specific frequency with which episodes yield genuine laughs, the way jokes build on each other across an episode rather than being distributed as isolated gag units. The show during its peak seasons has the rhythm of a comedy operating at full capacity, where the writers have found the specific comic logic of the world they are depicting and are generating jokes from within that logic, rather than importing gags from outside it. The specific episodes that allow the writer's room to comment directly on the experience of working in that room. The episodes that deal with the television industry or with the experience of creative workers in institutional contexts are interesting precisely because they are simultaneously the most and least honest thing the show does. They are the most honest because they are drawing directly on the experience of the people making them. They are the least honest because the fictionalizations required to tell those stories on television inevitably smooth out and simplify the specific human difficulties of what was, by all accounts, a genuinely difficult creative environment. The show has been written about extensively by people who worked on it, and the picture that emerges from those accounts is of a creative environment that was remarkable in its output and demanding to the point of dysfunction in its process. The quality of the work required something from the people making it that not everyone was willing or able to sustain indefinitely. Writers left. The character of the writer's room changed across seasons as the people in it changed. The specific creative culture that produced the peak seasons was not permanently reproducible because it was produced by specific people in a specific moment with a specific combination of ambition and energy and willingness to push each other that could not be maintained indefinitely or replicated by replacement. The show's comedy about television production is, in this context, also a record of what a specific creative culture felt like from the inside. When the show depicts the experience of writing under commercial pressure, of having creative decisions overridden by institutional authority, of watching something genuine get processed into something palatable, it is drawing on specific knowledge. And the comedy that emerges from that knowledge is sharper and more specific than industry satire typically manages to be, because it is not satirizing a general condition, but depicting a particular experience that the people doing the depicting know in detail. The most meta episode in the show's entire run is not any of the explicitly self-referential ones. It is Homer's Enemy, the episode in which a new employee, Frank Grimes, arrives at the power plant with the specific quality of indignation that comes from having worked very hard for everything he has and encountering someone who has achieved the same things, or better things, through complete indifference to the standards that Grimes has subjected himself to. Grimes's fury at Homer is the fury of the audience member who, watching The Simpsons from outside, cannot understand why Homer's life works. Within the logic of the show's world, Homer's life works because the show's world is designed to accommodate Homer's specific combination of incompetence and good fortune. Within the logic of any other framework, any framework that requires the world to operate on meritocratic principles, Homer's life is an outrage. The episode resolves by killing Grimes. In a completely logical escalation of his frustration, Grimes pushes himself to the point of madness and dies. The message is explicit. The show's world is not compatible with Grimes's worldview. The only possible outcome of Grimes's rigorous standards, applied to a world that runs on completely different principles, is self-destruction. Homer feels sad at Grimes's funeral and then immediately falls asleep. The show restores its equilibrium. The external observer who tried to hold the show's world to account has been eliminated, and the dream continues. Section 10. The ending that never comes. The Simpsons has ended several times. Not officially, not in the terms that the network or the production company would recognize, but across the show's run there are specific episodes that read, when watched with the awareness of what the show is capable of at its best and what has happened to it over time as genuine endings. Episodes that found a way to say something complete about these characters and this world, something that did not require continuation, something that achieved the quality of resolution that the show's episodic structure normally prevents. Mother Simpson is one of these episodes. Its closing image, Homer alone with his thoughts in the dark after watching the taillights of his mother's car disappear, is an image of completion. The story being told in that moment, the story of a son who lost his mother and found her again and lost her again, is finished. The episode does not need to be followed by another episode. The emotional logic has reached its natural conclusion. Homer is alone with something real, something the comedy has not been able to make go away, and the image holds him there with it, and it is enough. Lisa's substitute ends with Mr. Bergstrom's departure, and Lisa's father's inadequate but genuine attempt to fill the emotional void left by someone who understood his daughter in ways he cannot. Homer hands Lisa a note. The note says, "You are Lisa Simpson." It is a small gesture. It is not enough to replace what was lost. But it is what Homer can offer, and the episode finds in its inadequacy a kind of truth about the specific love between a father who does not quite have the capacity his daughter needs, and a daughter who has learned to value what she has rather than mourn what is missing. And Maggie Makes 3 is the episode that most completely resolves the show's central question about Homer. The episode reveals that the photograph of Maggie that Homer keeps at his workstation was placed there to cover a sign Burns put up to demotivate him, a sign reading, "Don't forget you're here forever." With Maggie's photographs covering specific letters, the sign reads instead, "Do it for her." Homer did not improve. He did not become the person his intelligence could have made him. He is still at the plant. He is still doing a job that has no meaning beyond the paycheck it provides. But he does it for Maggie. He does it every day, looking at her face, for her. This is an ending. It is a specific answer to the specific question the show has been posing about Homer. What keeps this man going? What constitutes an adequate reason for someone in his specific circumstances to continue? The answer is simple and genuine, and exactly the kind of answer that the comedy frame normally prevents the show from offering directly. He does it for her. The love he has for his youngest child, the child whose future he cannot see and cannot shape, but can only, through continued daily effort, help to fund, is enough. These episodes exist as endings within the show's ongoing architecture. The show continues past them because the format requires it to continue. But the best endings the show has produced are not located at the end of seasons or at the conclusions of multi-episode arcs. They are located in individual episodes that found a way to say something complete, that achieved the specific quality of finished feeling that narrative art aspires to, and that The Simpsons structure normally prevents. The flash-forward episodes are the show's most explicit engagement with the question of what an ending would look like. In Lisa's Wedding, the year 2010 is depicted through Lisa's eyes as a young adult on the verge of marriage. And the Springfield of that future is both clearly continuous with the show's present and clearly different in ways that time requires. Lisa has grown up. She has become the person the show suggested she might become. Brilliant, principled, slightly lonely, reaching for connection in a world that does not quite accommodate her full self. The future is recognizable, and it is, despite the comedy of its specific details, genuinely poignant. The specific quality of the episode's poignancy comes from the relationship between the future Lisa and the present Lisa, between the adult who has left Springfield and the child who still lives there, between the woman who calls her family from England to wish her father happy birthday, and the girl who plays her saxophone in her room and cannot explain to the people who love her why she is unhappy. They are the same person. The adult is the child, aged and shaped by experience, but carrying forward everything that the child was. The episode makes this continuity visible, and the visibility of it produces an emotion that is not comedy. Bart to the Future offers a darker version of the flash forward. The Springfield of Bart's future is not a story of growth, but of stasis, of a man who has remained in his essential character while the world around him has changed without him. The episode is played primarily for comedy, but the comedy has a melancholy quality that comes from the recognition that Bart at 30 is continuous with Bart at 10, in ways that are not entirely admirable, that the things that make Bart Bart are not the things that serve him well in adulthood. The show has made these gestures toward endings repeatedly because endings are the one formal achievement the show's structure prevents it from producing within its normal operation. The episodic format that made the show commercially viable and culturally ubiquitous is the same format that makes genuine narrative completion impossible. Every episode ends with a return to the status quo. Every resolution is temporary. Every emotional achievement is reset by the next episode's requirements. This formal impossibility is the show's most honest formal choice. The Simpsons could not end in any episode because ending requires acknowledging that the characters have changed, that they have been permanently shaped by what they have experienced, that they cannot return to what they were before the events of the story. And the show's characters cannot be permanently shaped by anything, because the show requires them to be available for the next episode in the same form they were in for this one. The characters are aware of this, in a sense that the show makes periodically explicit. There are episodes in which characters gesture toward the possibility of change, in which something genuinely transformative is on the horizon, and then the show pulls back from the transformation, because the transformation would require an ending. Homer is occasionally on the verge of becoming a genuinely better person. Lisa is occasionally on the verge of finding a genuine peer community in Springfield. Bart is occasionally on the verge of discovering a direction for his intelligence that the school's framework has failed to provide. These possibilities are raised and then gently put back, not because the writers are unwilling to pursue them, but because pursuing them would require committing to an ending that the format cannot accommodate. The specific quality of watching the show with this formal constraint in mind is a specific kind of tenderness for the characters. You know they are trapped, not by their circumstances, not by their choices, but by the form that contains them. They are in a story that cannot progress to its conclusion. They will always be this old. Their children will always be this young. Homer and Marge will always be in the middle of their life together, rather than at its beginning or its end. This is the show's final gift to its audience, and it is a gift that only becomes visible after you have watched enough of it to understand what it is offering. The Simpsons is the story of a family frozen at a moment, preserved in a permanent present tense that prevents the losses that time requires. The children do not grow up. The parents do not age. The town does not change in the ways that would make it unrecognizable. The show holds all of it in place with the specific gentleness of something that knows, without saying so, that the audience needs this preservation. The audience needs it because they are aging. The audience who watched the first episode in December 1989 is now in their 40s and 50s and 60s. They have watched Bart stay 10 while they move through decades of their own lives. And the persistence of Bart's 10-year-old self is, for those viewers, a specific kind of anchor, a fixed point in a life full of movement and change, a reminder of where they were when the show began, and an implicit marking of the distance between then and now. When the show eventually does end, and every show ends, the ending will not be a narrative conclusion. The characters will not resolve their stories. Homer will not achieve wisdom. Lisa will not achieve peace. Bart will not find the direction his intelligence has always been searching for. Maggie will not speak. The marriage will not arrive at anything that looks like completion. The ending of The Simpsons will simply be the last episode of a show that has been running for a very long time, followed by the absence of new episodes, and then the permanent availability of the existing episodes in whatever distribution form the future provides. The ending will not feel like an ending because it will not be one. The show will simply stop, and the characters will remain in their permanent present, preserved in the amber of the episodes that exist, available for any viewer who needs to visit Springfield and find the family still there, exactly as they were, unchanged by whatever has happened in the world outside since the last time you watched. The final detail, the one that brings the show's entire history into focus as a coherent creative object rather than a long commercial entertainment product, is this. The Simpsons has been saying goodbye to the world it depicted for 36 years without ever actually saying goodbye. Every episode is a farewell to something, to a version of American life, to a moment in the culture, to a specific emotional possibility. And the cumulative effect of 36 years of these partial farewells is the most sustained act of commemoration in American television history. The show knew what it was watching disappear. The specific version of working-class American life that the show depicted in its early seasons, the version in which a man with Homer's qualifications could support a family in a house on a specific street, in a specific town, on a single income, was already in the process of ending when the show began. The show depicted it not because it was the present reality of most of its viewers, but because it was the recent past, the version of life that was receding as the show continued, the world that the audience's parents had lived in and that the show preserved in its amber, with the specific care of something that understood it was depicting a way of life in the process of becoming a memory. The nuclear power plant, the single-income household, the stable community with its specific institutions and its specific social geography, all of this was the past becoming the past more completely with every passing season. The show kept depicting it because the audience needed it depicted. Not because it was comforting, but because the act of depicting it honestly, with all of its dysfunction and inadequacy and occasional grace, was itself a form of respect, a way of acknowledging that this version of life was real, and that the people who lived it were real, and that the specific difficulties they faced were worth taking seriously even in a comedy. This is what the show was never actually for fun. The fun was present. The fun was genuine, was extraordinary in its best seasons, was a real achievement of the collaborative intelligence of the people who made it. But the fun was the vehicle for something else, something that you can only perceive by watching the whole of it over time, by allowing the accumulation of episodes to press against each other until the picture they were always making, the picture of a specific place and a specific family and a specific moment in American life, becomes visible behind the jokes. The Simpsons is the longest-running portrait in American cultural history. 36 years of the same family, 36 years of the same town, 36 years of the same careful, specific, often funny, and sometimes genuinely moving examination of what ordinary American life looks like when someone is paying real attention to it. That is what was always happening underneath the couch gag. That was always what the chalkboard sentences were about. The yellow skin and the four fingers and the ageless children and the impossible geography and the nuclear plant and the billionaire who will not die, all of it the apparatus through which the show said something it could not say directly. Something it has been saying in the accumulated weight of its episodes for 3.5 decades. Pay attention. This is what it was. This is what we were. This is us. And if you have made it to the end of this, you already knew that. You already knew there was more to it than a cartoon. You would not have stayed this long otherwise. Thank you for spending 4 hours in Springfield. Subscribe if you want to keep going. There is always more. There is always more to find in a show that was never, not for a single episode, just for fun. End of script. Total approximate word count, 46,000 plus words. Expansion content, sections 1 to 10. Deep additions. Section 1 expansion, the background details. There is a specific episode from season 4, New Kid on the Block, in which Bart develops a crush on an older girl named Laura Powers, and in the background of one scene, visible for approximately 1 second of screen time, there is a book on a shelf in the Powers household whose title, when paused and read, is a specific reference to a piece of American literature that the episode's emotional content is quietly in conversation with. The book is there. The reference is real. And the writers placed it in that shot, knowing that virtually no viewer watching the episode in its original broadcast would notice it. That the only people who would ever encounter it were the people who made the episode and the handful of viewers, decades later, who would be watching with sufficient attention and sufficient technical access to the footage to find it. This practice, the practice of embedding deliberate references in the visual background of scenes at a density and specificity that exceeds any reasonable expectation of audience engagement with those details, is not unique to that episode. It is a consistent practice across the show's golden age seasons, a practice that constitutes a kind of parallel text running through the visual record of the show at a level of specificity that most reception of the work never accesses. The question of why the writers and animators did this, why they invested creative energy in details that the audience would almost certainly never see, is one of the more interesting questions about the show's creative culture during its peak. Several writers who worked during that period have spoken about the environment of competitive creativity that characterized the writer's room, the culture of doing more than was required, of finding the specific best version of every element rather than the adequate version, as both a professional standard and a source of personal satisfaction. The hidden details in the background are an expression of this culture extended into the visual production of the show. Someone found the specific right book for that shelf. Someone chose it deliberately. The deliberateness itself was the point. There is a longer tradition behind this practice that it is worth acknowledging. The tradition of hiding meaningful detail in the visual background of images for discovery by attentive observers goes back at least to Renaissance painting, to the specific practice of artists embedding commentary, self-portraits, and symbolic detail in the backgrounds of works commissioned for entirely different purposes. The figure hiding in the margin of a large painting, the symbolic object placed in the background of a domestic scene that comments obliquely on the scene's subject matter. These are practices with centuries of history behind them. The Simpsons inherited this tradition through the specific culture of early animation, which had its own robust tradition of background gags and hidden details, and transformed it into something specific to the show's cultural moment. A practice of embedding highly specific contemporary cultural references in visual spaces designed to reward the particular kind of attentive, analytically engaged audience that the show was always really making itself for. The sign outside Springfield's First Church of Springfield reads differently in different episodes. This has been documented by fans who have tracked the church sign across its appearances in the show. The sign is a running joke, a recurring site of religious comedy that changes its message from episode to episode. Most of the sign's messages are self-contained gags, jokes that are funny in isolation and do not require any context beyond the single image to land. But several of the sign's messages across the show's run are in direct conversation with the episode's thematic content, are specific comments on what is happening in the story that the characters themselves are not making. Observations from the church sign that function as the show's editorial voice made briefly visible in a background detail before the camera moves on. The church sign in Lisa the Skeptic reads in a way that is directly relevant to the episode's examination of the relationship between faith and evidence. The church sign in Marge We Trust comments on the episode's exploration of Marge's unexpected role as a spiritual counselor in a way that the episode's dialogue does not directly address. These are the background details functioning as the show's truest commentary, the editorial voice of the creative team speaking in the visual margins about the themes the comedy is exploring in the foreground. The most systematically overlooked category of background detail in the show is the television content visible in the background of scenes set in characters' homes. The show within the show, the animation tradition of depicting fictional television content inside a television program, is handled in The Simpsons with a specificity that transforms these background elements from simple texture into a coherent alternative text. The Itchy and Scratchy Show, the violent cartoon within a cartoon that functions as the show's primary satire of animated entertainment, is the most visible example of this, but it is not the most interesting one. The most interesting examples are the fragments of television content visible in the background of domestic scenes that the characters are not watching, that are present in the shot without being the scene's subject, playing to an empty room or to characters whose attention is directed elsewhere. These fragments are not random. The content playing on the background television in specific episodes has been chosen with the same deliberateness that governs the book on the shelf and the sign outside the church. The television in the background of a scene dealing with a specific thematic concern is likely to be showing something that comments on that concern, that provides an ironic or illuminating context for the scene's subject. The background television is the show's ambient commentary, always present, always slightly relevant to what is happening in the foreground, always visible to the viewer who is paying attention to the margins rather than the center. The news content visible on background televisions across the show's run is specifically worth attention. Kent Brockman's news broadcasts appear as background elements in dozens of episodes, usually at a volume low enough that the dialogue is not audible but the images are visible, and those images have been chosen to comment on the episode's events from the specific perspective of Springfield's institutional media. The news is always simplifying, always sensationalizing, always missing the actual story in favor of the more commercially serviceable version of the story. The background television news in The Simpsons is a persistent, ambient satire of American media that runs through the show's visual background as a continuous thread across its entire production history. Springfield Elementary has a specific history encoded in its physical plant. The school building, as depicted across hundreds of episodes, shows evidence of a facility that was once adequately maintained and has experienced decades of deferred maintenance resulting in the specific combination of structural inadequacy and ongoing dysfunction that characterizes underfunded American public schools. The ceilings are water damaged. The equipment is outdated. The classrooms are too small for their populations. The physical space of Springfield Elementary is a portrait of American public education under resource constraint. And the portrait is in the specific details of the building's deterioration, rather than in any explicit commentary from the show's characters or narrative. Principal Skinner, in his capacity as the school's administrator, navigates this deteriorating physical environment with the specific combination of bureaucratic resignation and genuine affection for the institution that characterizes a certain kind of career educator, someone who has been in the same role long enough to understand the constraints completely and to have made their peace with operating within them. His relationship to the school's physical decay is not one of despair, but of management, of finding ways to sustain the institution's functions within the specific resources it has, which are never adequate and always will be never adequate. This portrait of institutional management under constraint is one of the show's most specific and most accurate pieces of social observation. Springfield Elementary is not a cartoon school. It is a specific portrait of a specific kind of American educational institution, one that anyone who attended an underfunded public school in America at any point in the last several decades will recognize from their own experience. The show does not idealize it, but it also does not simply mock it. The school functions inadequately because people like Skinner and individual teachers like Mrs. Crabapple dedicate themselves to making it function despite the resources it does not have. This is the show's background detail work at its most socially specific. The comedy surface of Springfield Elementary is about its dysfunction as a comedy premise. The visual and narrative detail underneath that surface is a portrait of public education in resource-constrained America that is neither sentimental nor satirical, but simply observed, with the specific accuracy of something made by people who remember what it was like to be in those schools and who have chosen to be honest about what they remember. Section 2. Expansion, the continuity architecture. The character of Apu Nahasapima Petalon deserves extended examination within the framework of the show's continuity architecture because his arc across the show's run represents one of the most complex pieces of sustained characterization in the series. And because the cultural conversation about Apu in the show's later years has sometimes obscured what the show's most careful episodes with the character were actually doing. Apu was introduced as a convenience store owner with a thick accent and a tendency toward the specific intersection of commercial hospitality and personal exasperation that characterizes the experience of someone who deals with the American public across an extended service industry career. The comedy of his introduction is built on stereotype in ways that the show's creators have, in retrospect, acknowledged as inadequate. And that acknowledgement is the beginning of an honest accounting rather than the end of one. What happened to Apu's characterization across the show's run is more complicated than the stereotype critique captures. The show gradually built, around the comedy surface of the character, a portrait of an immigrant experience in America that had genuine depth and genuine specificity. Apu's relationship to his homeland, his navigation of the space between his cultural heritage and his American life, his education, his religious practice, his extended family, his arranged marriage, his eventual fatherhood, all of these were handled across multiple episodes with a care and a specificity that the early stereotype comedy did not anticipate. The episode Much Apu About Nothing, which deals with Springfield's immigration debate and Apu's specific vulnerability to anti-immigrant sentiment, is one of the show's most genuinely political episodes, and one of its most emotionally committed ones. The episode handles the specific experience of a legal immigrant watching the community he has made his home turn against people in his general category with a directness and an emotional honesty that the comedy format normally prevents. Apu's decision to become a citizen, his navigation of the citizenship test, his emotional investment in that achievement, are depicted with a seriousness that the episode earns through the specificity of its engagement with the actual experience it is describing. This is the continuity architecture operating at the level of a single character's development. The stereotype of the early seasons and the more complex portrait of the middle seasons exist in the same character, and the trajectory between them is itself a piece of the show's ongoing examination of what it knows and what it does not know about the communities it is depicting, of the specific learning that occurs when a creative team spends years with a character and discovers, through that extended engagement, that there is more to say about them than the initial premise contained. The show's handling of Springfield's recurring religious characters follows a similar pattern of deepening across the show's run. The Reverend Lovejoy, Springfield's Protestant minister, is introduced as a comedy character, a man whose faith has been worn to a functional formality by decades of pastoral service to a congregation that is, by any meaningful spiritual measure, quite resistant to spiritual development. His sermons are perfunctory. His pastoral care is delivered in the specific tone of a man going through the motions of a vocation that has not rewarded his original investment in it. But across multiple episodes dealing with faith, doubt, religious community, and the specific challenges of pastoral ministry, Lovejoy is shown to have a more complex relationship to his vocation than his comedy surface suggests. There are episodes where his faith, though battered and businesslike, is nonetheless genuine, where the specific care he has for his congregation, expressed through the practical rather than the transcendent, is visible and real. There are moments where the gap between his public ministerial persona and his private experience is allowed to show, where the camera catches him in an unguarded moment that isn't inconsistent with the performance of easy religious authority his role requires. This deepening is not the subject of any episode. It is a quality that accumulates across episodes, building in the background of the show's engagement with this character until the portrait of Lovejoy available to an attentive long-term viewer is significantly richer than what any individual episode with him contains. The specific quality of The Simpsons' continuity architecture that makes it most resistant to casual description is its relationship to character failure. Most ongoing narrative texts handle character failure by resolving it, by depicting characters who make mistakes, confront them, and grow. The Simpsons depicts characters who make mistakes, occasionally confront them, and then return to making the same mistakes in the next episode. The failure is not resolved. It is accumulated. Homer's repeated failures to be the father and husband his family deserves are not a character arc in the standard sense. They do not build toward a transformation. Homer does not become a significantly better father across 36 seasons in any way that the show commits to permanently. His improvements are episodic, specific to the episode in which they occur, and have no permanent effect on his character as it presents itself in the next episode. This is sometimes read as a failure of the show's characterization, as laziness, or as a failure of commitment. But reading it this way misunderstands what the show is actually doing with its characters' failures. The show is not trying to tell a story about character growth. It is trying to tell a story about the specific experience of being a person whose capacity for growth is limited by structural factors, by the specific combination of cognitive limitation and emotional damage and environmental constraint that constitutes Homer's situation. Homer does not become permanently better because the factors that prevent him from being better are permanent. The radiation is still in the water. The crayon was put back. The job at the plant is still the job. The specific conditions that produced the version of Homer with which the show began are still in place, are still operating, are still producing their characteristic effects. The episodic failure is not a failure of the show's commitment to character development. It is the show's commitment to the truth of this specific character's situation. The same logic applies to the way the show handles Bart's relationship to education, to Marge's relationship to her own limitations and frustrations, to Lisa's relationship to her hopes for Springfield and for her own future. These characters do not grow in the ways that standard narrative would require them to grow because the conditions of their lives do not permit that growth. The show is honest about this in a way that is more difficult and more admirable than the alternative of allowing the characters to transcend their circumstances through the mechanisms of plot. Section 3 Expansion. The music. The specific history of the main Simpsons theme deserves extended attention because the theme, composed by Danny Elfman for the show's premiere in 1989, is one of the most immediately recognizable pieces of music in American cultural history and has accumulated, across 36 years of association with the show, a weight of meaning and association that goes far beyond its formal qualities. Elfman wrote the theme quickly, reportedly in a short time without significant revision, and the speed of its composition is visible in its specific quality of inspired directness. The theme has the character of music that found itself in a single sustained creative act rather than being assembled across multiple revision cycles. It has a specific momentum, a specific kind of musical energy that maintains itself across its entire duration, without the hesitations or qualifications that more labored composition often produces. The brass and strings that characterize the theme's main melody carry a specific quality that sits at the intersection of several musical traditions without fully belonging to any of them. There is something of the animated cartoon tradition in the theme's brassy brightness, something of the science fiction film score tradition in its slightly otherworldly quality, something of the specific American musical vernacular of the post-war decades in its particular rhythmic character. The theme places the show, musically, in a specific American cultural context without simply reproducing any single existing musical language. The theme's relationship to the show's changing character over its 36 seasons is one of the most interesting aspects of its cultural life. The theme has remained constant while the show has changed dramatically. Watching early and late seasons with the same opening theme is an experience that makes the theme's constancy feel, over time, less like a continuity of identity and more like a haunting, like the original promise of the show following its later episodes around, present in every opening sequence as a reminder of what the show was when that music first accompanied it. The specific timing of the theme in relation to the couch gag varies, and the variation is part of the comedy. The theme is stretched or compressed to accommodate the couch gag's variable length, and in episodes where the couch gag runs very long, the theme's familiar structure is present as a kind of musical container for a visual event that keeps exceeding the expected boundaries of its allotted space. The theme accommodates the excess because the theme is defined by its ability to contain whatever the show puts inside it, to maintain its specific identity while the content it encloses changes. Clausen's approach to scoring the show's most emotionally significant episodes deserves specific attention in the context of what those scores were required to do. The show's comedy format creates a specific challenge for scoring emotional content. The audience is conditioned by the show's usual register to interpret any given scene primarily as comedy, and the score's job in scenes of genuine emotional content is to signal that a different register is currently operative, that the audience should be feeling something different from what the comedy register typically invites. The specific technique Clausen used most consistently in these moments is a slowing and simplification of the musical texture, a reduction of the ensemble to smaller, more intimate groupings that create a sense of closer attention, of the music drawing in rather than pushing outward. The large orchestra that characterizes the show's action and comedy sequences is reduced, in its most emotionally significant moments, to something that sounds more like chamber music, more like the music of a small group of instruments in a small room, rather than a large ensemble in a performance space. This acoustic intimacy signals to the audience that the scene is asking for the kind of attention you pay to a conversation rather than the kind you pay to a performance. It is a musical instruction to engage with what you are watching at a different level of personal proximity. The technique works because it contrasts with the show's standard musical texture in ways that are subconsciously legible even to viewers who are not consciously attending to the score. The most specific example of this technique is the score of the final sequence of Mother Simpson. The musical texture that accompanies Homer's solitary vigil on the hood of his car after his mother's departure is reduced to its minimum. What remains is simple, quiet, vast in its emotional implication, while minimal in its musical means. The score does not tell you what to feel about what you are watching. It simply creates a space in which the image can do its work, without musical interference. This restraint is itself the score's primary achievement. The temptation in scoring an emotionally significant sequence is to use music to direct and amplify the audience's emotional response, to tell the audience how to feel through the specific emotional language of the musical culture. Clausen's choice in this specific moment is to do the opposite, to use the music to create silence around the image, rather than filling that silence with directed emotion. The result is an experience that feels more private and more real than heavily scored emotional sequences typically do. You are not being told how to feel. You are being given space to feel what you actually feel about what you are watching. The music of the Treehouse of Horror episodes constitutes, across the show's run, a remarkable catalog of genre pastiche that demonstrates both Clausen's range and the show's consistent engagement with the traditions of horror and science fiction scoring. Each Treehouse of Horror episode contains multiple segments with different generic identities, and Clausen scored each segment in the specific musical language of its relevant generic tradition, moving from the slow-building dread of gothic horror to the theremin-inflected strangeness of 1950s science fiction, to the rapid-cut shock scoring of slasher films, to the atmospheric minimalism of psychological horror, with a fluency that amounts to a survey course in the history of horror film music. The comedy value of these segments depends partly on the music. The specific pleasure of a Treehouse of Horror segment is the pleasure of genre recognition, of seeing familiar generic conventions deployed in unexpected contexts, and the music is essential to the construction of generic identity. Without the correct scoring, the visual generic signals alone would be insufficient to produce the specific comedy of recognition that the Treehouse of Horror episodes deliver. The music has to be doing its job of genre signaling correctly for the comedy of genre subversion to work. This means that the Treehouse of Horror scores are simultaneously parody and genuine example. They are parodying the genres they reference by deploying their conventions in the context of a Springfield comedy, but they are also genuinely constructing the generic identities they are parodying, doing the actual musical work of generic convention well enough that the parody is visible against the genuine article rather than against an inadequate version of it. Section 4. Expansion. Animation. The treatment of time in the show's animation deserves specific attention because the visual language of the show has developed, across its run, specific techniques for depicting the passage of time within an individual episode that are distinct from the techniques used in the regular storytelling and that carry specific implications about the show's relationship to temporal experience. The show uses a specific visual grammar for flashback sequences that has remained consistent across its run. And the consistency of this grammar is itself a statement about how the show understands memory's relationship to the present. Flashbacks in the show are not simply the past depicted in the visual style of the present. They are the past depicted in a visual style that carries the specific quality of memory, that differs from the show's standard visual language in specific ways, that signal that what you are watching is being filtered through a remembering consciousness rather than depicted directly. The specific techniques used to create this memory quality vary across the show's run and across the different types of flashback, but they consistently involve some manipulation of the show's standard color palette, some adjustment to the weight of the animation's line quality, some suggestion of the visual softening or heightening that characterizes the way memory differs from present experience. The show has a visual language for "this is how someone remembers this," and that language is distinct from the show's visual language for "this is happening now." This distinction matters because the show has used its flashback grammar extensively, has made its characters' memories a substantial part of its narrative texture, and the specific quality of those memories as depicted through the visual language is part of the show's ongoing argument about the relationship between past and present. The past in The Simpsons is not simply the show's history made visible. It is the past as experienced from the present, filtered through the specific consciousness of the remembering character, shaped by what that character needs the past to have been, and what they are willing to acknowledge about what it was. Homer's flashbacks to his childhood are characteristically distorted by the specific quality of his cognitive situation. The specific visual warmth of his early memories of his mother, the way the animation softened those memories into something that has the quality of idealization, is not simply a generic emotional coloration. It is a specific depiction of how Homer's damaged and limited consciousness has processed the traumatic reality of maternal loss into something more bearable. The beauty of those memories is partly the beauty of a mind that has learned to protect itself through selective idealization. Marge's memories, when depicted in flashback, carry a different visual quality, a specific clarity and detail that is more faithful to the show's present-tense visual language, less subject to the distortions of idealization or trauma. Marge remembers accurately. This is consistent with her character as the family's primary repository of accurate perception, the one who sees things as they are rather than as she wishes them to be. Her visual memories are in keeping with her relationship to reality, and the animation expresses this relationship through the specific quality of its memory grammar. The most revealing use of the show's visual memory grammar is in the Bart and Homer flashbacks that appear across multiple episodes. The moments where the show depicts the specific history of their relationship before the present timeline of the show began. These flashbacks are consistently among the most emotionally complex pieces of animation the show has produced, because the history being depicted, the history of a father and son whose relationship has always been defined by a specific gap between what Bart needed and what Homer could provide, is rendered with a visual honesty that the comedy of their present tense relationship requires both of them to keep partly suppressed. The specific image of young Homer holding baby Bart for the first time, which appears in multiple episodes across the show's run, with slight variations, is one of the show's most recurring visual motifs. The image is always emotionally significant in its context. It always carries the weight of the specific knowledge that the viewer brings to it from the larger context of what Homer and Bart's relationship has been and will be. The visual memory of Homer's genuine love for his son, in the moment before that love had to negotiate the specific difficulties of who they both are, is the show's most consistent statement about the foundation of their relationship, and it recurs across the show's history as a visual anchor, a reminder of what is real in a relationship that the comedy often depicts as purely comic. The show's approach to depicting damage in its animation is one of its most specific visual achievements, and one of the elements that has changed most significantly across its production history. In the early seasons, the animation of Homer's physical mishaps had a specific quality of genuine consequence, a visual weight to the damage that made the comedy of his recovery from it feel slightly unsettling. The injuries were depicted with enough visual specificity that they registered as real before the comedy of their unrealistic recovery took over. In later seasons, as the show's visual grammar became more polished, and as the comedy of Homer's physical invulnerability became a more expected element of the show's language, the depiction of injury lost some of this specific visual weight. The animation of Homer getting hit by a car in Season 2 and Homer getting hit by a car in Season 20 are visually quite different experiences, and the difference is not simply a matter of improved or degraded animation quality. It is a difference in the show's relationship to the question of whether these things are happening to a body that matters. The early season's animation treats Homer's physical vulnerability with enough visual specificity to make the comedy of his resilience slightly uncomfortable, to maintain a tension between the fact of the injury and the comedy of its resolution. The later season's animation allows the comedy to consume the question of consequence entirely, allowing Homer's physical experience to become primarily a vehicle for gag delivery, rather than a depiction of something happening to a person. This shift is part of the broader visual evolution of the show from something that maintained a specific tension between comedy and reality to something that allowed the comedy to become the dominant mode without the counterweight of realistic consequence. The early animation was doing something specific with that tension. The later animation is more technically accomplished in many respects, and less emotionally honest in this specific one. Section 5. Expansion. Guest stars. The episode Homer's Phobia, in which John Waters plays a gay antiques dealer named John, who befriends the Simpson family and triggers Homer's homophobia, is one of the show's most self-aware celebrity deployments, because it uses the specific cultural resonance of its guest star as the primary mechanism of the episode's comedy and its argument. Waters' presence in Springfield is inherently significant in a way that would not be true of a celebrity with a less specific cultural identity. Waters is not simply a famous filmmaker. He is a filmmaker whose work constitutes a sustained cultural project around the celebration of difference, around the specific beauty and dignity of the people and communities that mainstream American culture has historically designated as excessive, embarrassing, or threatening. His presence in Springfield, and by extension in the Simpson home, brings that entire project into the show's frame, makes the episode's engagement with questions of normalcy and difference more layered and more specific than the casting of a less resonant celebrity would produce. The episode handles its subject matter with a directness unusual for primetime network comedy in 1997. Homer's homophobia is depicted as real and as genuinely hurtful rather than as simply an occasion for comedy at Homer's expense. The episode does not resolve by simply making Homer comfortable with gay people. It works through the specific texture of Homer's discomfort, examines it honestly, and finds in the resolution something that is based on genuine experience, rather than the comedy shortcut of Homer simply learning a lesson. Waters' own mode of engagement with the episode, his willingness to play John with a specific authenticity that neither sanitizes the character into safe representation nor deploys him as a simply transgressive figure, is what makes the episode work. John is likable, specific, genuinely funny, and genuinely himself. He is not a symbol, he is a person. And the episode's argument depends on the audience experiencing John as a person rather than as a position. This is the guest star architecture at its most effective. A celebrity whose presence carries specific cultural weight being used to make an argument that requires that weight, who engages with the material at a level of specific personal investment that transforms a sitcom episode into something that functions as genuine social commentary without sacrificing the comedy that keeps the audience watching. The musician guest appearances in the show reward attention as a category distinct from the celebrity appearances in other categories. The show has a long history of using musicians in ways that engage seriously with their music, rather than simply using their fame as audience attraction. And the best of these episodes produce something that is genuinely about music in ways that the show's other celebrity episodes, which are generally about celebrity rather than about what the celebrity does, are not. The episode Homerpalooza is the most sustained engagement with rock music's cultural moment and cultural politics in the show's history. The guest musicians who appear in the episode, a roster that spans multiple rock traditions and musical generations, are used to make a specific argument about the relationship between authentic musical expression and the entertainment industry's processing of that expression into commercially viable product. The episode depicts the specific mechanism by which genuine artistic energy gets transformed through the commercial machinery of festivals and promotions and brand associations into something that serves the industry's needs while gradually exhausting the original creative impulse. This is not a new argument. It had been made in numerous forms across the history of rock criticism before the show made it in 1996. But the show's version of the argument has a specific quality of observation that goes beyond the standard critique of selling out. And that quality comes from the specific celebrities chosen to embody different positions within the argument. The show is not using musicians as decoration for an argument about music. It is using musicians as evidence, and the specific musicians chosen are chosen because they carry specific evidential weight. Billy Corgan, who appears in the episode, carries at that cultural moment in 1996 the specific weight of a musician who has achieved mainstream commercial success with music that began in a more independent context, whose relationship to the mainstream is genuinely complicated in ways that make him an interesting presence in an episode about that complication. His appearance is not a validation of the mainstream. It is a presence within it that remains in tension with it. The Cypress Hill episode mentioned in the transcript provided to us is worth dwelling on as an example of the show's relationship to cultural prediction, but more specifically as an example of how the show's engagement with its musical guests functions as a record of a cultural moment as well as a comedy. Cypress Hill's appearance in the show places them in a Springfield context in 1996, and the comedy of their appearance is the comedy of a hip-hop group from Los Angeles existing in the specific Springfield universe. The humor of the episode is in the incongruity of their presence there, which is itself a comment on the specific distance between the world the show depicts and the world the music comes from. The 2024 Cypress Hill performance with the London Symphony Orchestra, that this transcript notes actually happened, carries a different quality of cultural resonance than a simple prediction. The show's version of this collaboration was absurd, was the comedy of an accidental booking resulting in an unlikely pairing. The real version, 28 years later, was a deliberate artistic choice, a considered combination of two musical traditions that the artists involved chose to explore seriously. The gap between the show's version of the collaboration and the reality is a gap between comedy and seriousness, between accident and intention, and the fact that the reality arrived in the form of the intentional rather than the accidental version tells you something about how cultural imaginings work their way into reality over time. The show imagined this collaboration as a joke. Someone, at some point in the intervening years, encountered the show's version of the collaboration as a thing that had been imagined, and the imagining became a reference point, a thing that existed in the cultural imagination as a possibility that had already been articulated, even if only in comedy form. And eventually someone decided to do it seriously because the idea, once articulated, had acquired enough cultural existence to be taken seriously. This is the show's relationship to cultural prediction at its most interesting. Not prophecy, but articulation. The naming of possibilities that subsequently become available to the culture because they have been named. The guest star architecture extends, in its most sophisticated form, to the show's relationship with its own voice cast. The show's primary voice actors have appeared in a continuous performance relationship with their characters for 36 years, and the specific ways in which those performances have evolved across that period constitute a form of character development that exists outside the show's written continuity, but shapes it nonetheless. Dan Castellaneta's Homer has changed across 36 years in ways that are visible to attentive listeners. The specific vocal quality of Homer in the early seasons has a raw, less polished quality that matches the visual roughness of the early animation and the specific emotional register of the early writing. The voice is working harder, reaching for effects with a visible effort that the later, more practiced version smooths out. The later Homer has a facility with the vocal character that comes from decades of practice, and that facility is a kind of mastery. But it has exchanged something of the early performance's specific energy for a polished competence. This is a specific kind of character evolution that exists at the level of performance rather than narrative, in the accumulation of thousands of hours of voice performance rather than in any specific plot development. And it is visible or audible to anyone who has listened to enough of the show's run to hear the difference between the early and late Homers. The show's understanding of its own voice cast as a set of specific human beings aging through their careers, bringing different qualities to their performances at different points in their professional lives, is itself a form of continuity architecture. The continuity not of the characters, but of the real people whose performances are the characters' most immediate material reality. Section 6. Expansion. Children of Springfield. The show has, across its run, built a portrait of childhood in Springfield that goes beyond the immediate family to include the entire population of Springfield Elementary and the specific social world it contains. This world has its own dynamics, its own hierarchies, its own specific relationships between children who appear consistently enough across the show's history to constitute a coherent social network. The relationship between Bart and Milhouse Van Houten is the show's most detailed portrayal of male childhood friendship, and it is more honest about that specific relationship than almost anything else in the canon of American popular culture. Milhouse is Bart's best friend, but the specific nature of the friendship is not simple or idealized. Milhouse loves Bart with a completeness and a dependence that Bart does not quite reciprocate at the same intensity. And the asymmetry in the friendship is visible across hundreds of episodes without ever being directly addressed by the characters involved. This asymmetry is not presented as a failure of Bart's character or as an inadequacy of the friendship. It is simply the honest depiction of what most close friendships actually look like from the inside, where one party is somewhat more invested than the other, where the specific balance of need and affection is not equally distributed. The show has allowed this imbalance to exist as a feature of the friendship without moralizing about it, without requiring either Bart to become more invested or Milhouse to become less dependent. They are simply these specific people in this specific friendship, and the friendship is real despite and alongside its imperfect balance. Milhouse's specific character His combination of anxious eagerness and occasional resentful self-awareness, his capacity for the kind of wounded dignity that comes from knowing you are the less cool party, in a friendship and persisting in the friendship anyway, is one of the show's most precise comic and human creations. He is funny because of his specific qualities, not in spite of them. And what makes him funny is inseparable from what makes him genuine. Nelson Muntz's background story has been distributed across the show's run with a specificity that rewards the attention it is rarely given. Nelson is the show's most carefully characterized piece of social observation about the specific experience of growing up poor in a community that associates poverty with moral deficiency. His family situation, the absent or negligent parents, the material deprivation, the specific combination of pride and shame that characterizes a child who knows his situation is inadequate and will not let anyone see how much that knowledge costs him, is assembled from fragments distributed across many episodes. The specific episode, Sleeping with the Enemy, engages most directly with what Nelson's life actually consists of, and it does so through the frame of Marge's maternal attention to him, through the experience of someone from outside Nelson's usual social world seeing him with the specific attention that care enables. The episode's treatment of Nelson is genuinely affecting precisely because it refuses to resolve his situation through the mechanisms of plot. Marge's care for him is real and makes a real difference to a specific moment in his life. But Nelson goes home to the same situation at the end of the episode. The love that was offered does not change the structural conditions of his life. This is the show's most honest engagement with the limits of individual care in the face of structural inadequacy. Marge cannot fix Nelson's life through maternal attention. The love she offers him is real and genuinely valuable, and it is not enough to address what his life actually requires. The episode does not tell you this as a statement. It shows it through the specific quality of the resolution, which is warm and real and insufficient. Section 7. Expansion, the marriage. The episodes that deal with Marge's relationship to her own creative and intellectual life are among the show's most important and most consistently undervalued achievements. Marge is depicted in the show's surface narrative primarily as a domestic figure, as the stable center around which the family's chaos organizes itself. Her patience, her steadiness, her capacity for the specific labor of holding a family together, these are her defining characteristics in the show's primary register. But the show has, across its run, consistently included episodes that examine what Marge's domestic centrality has cost her, what she has set aside or not pursued in order to be the person her family requires her to be. These episodes constitute a sustained examination of the specific experience of a certain kind of intelligent, capable woman who has organized her life around family in ways that have foreclosed other possibilities, and who has, at different points, encountered those foreclosed possibilities in forms that require her to acknowledge what she has given up. Marge on the Lam is one of these episodes, though it handles its subject in a lighter register than some of the others. The specific quality of Marge's pleasure in Ruth Power's company, the way the friendship allows her to be a version of herself that the domestic context of her regular life does not accommodate, is depicted with a warmth that reads as genuine relief, as the specific pleasure of someone spending time outside their usual role in a space where a different version of themselves can briefly exist. The episode most directly engaged with Marge's creative life is Brush with Greatness, in which Marge rediscovers her painting talent and confronts both the pleasure of creative work and the specific combination of self-doubt and external discouragement that led her to set it aside. The episode handles the psychology of creative suppression with unusual accuracy, depicting the specific internal voice that tells a person their work is not good enough as both a product of external experience and a genuine internal conviction that has to be overcome through the act of making the work rather than through the resolution of the self-doubt. Marge's painting of Mr. Burns, the work that becomes the episode's central creative achievement, is the show's most specific examination of the relationship between artistic honesty and social risk. Burns is a figure of power and threat in Springfield's world. Painting him honestly, painting him as he is rather than as social courtesy would require, is an act of artistic courage that the episode frames as the specific challenge at the center of creative work. the willingness to see and depict what is actually there rather than what is socially required. The resolution of the episode, in which Burns responds to the honest portrait with genuine, if startled, recognition, is the show's most optimistic statement about the relationship between artistic honesty and its reception, and it is earned by the episode's careful construction of what that honesty costs and what making it requires. Section 8. Expansion: Springfield as Character. The show's depiction of Springfield's civic rituals and community events is one of its most consistent sources of social observation. The town regularly convenes to address collective problems or celebrate collective occasions, and these convocations are the show's primary space for examining how a community actually functions as a deliberative body, how group decisions are made, how consensus is manufactured or manipulated, and how individual voices are amplified or suppressed in collective settings. The town hall meeting is a recurring event in Springfield's civic life, and the show's depictions of these meetings across its run constitute a sustained portrait of direct democracy as it actually functions, rather than as political mythology describes it. The meetings are chaotic. They are subject to capture by whoever has the most energy and the loudest voice. They are vulnerable to manipulation by the people who understand the specific dynamics of collective decision-making well enough to direct outcomes while appearing to facilitate open discussion. Mayor Quimby's management of these meetings is one of the show's most acute pieces of political observation. He is not simply corrupt in the transparent way of political comedy. He is skilled in the specific political skill of managing collective settings in ways that produce the outcomes he requires while maintaining the appearance of democratic process. His corruption is sophisticated enough to look like governance, and the sophistication of it is part of what makes it durable. The relationship between Quimby and Burns is one of the show's most consistent pieces of political architecture. Burns does not simply purchase Quimby's political cooperation in the transactional way of straightforward corruption narratives. The relationship is more mutually dependent than that. Burns provides the economic foundation without which Quimby's political power has nothing to stand on. Quimby provides the political legitimacy without which Burns's economic power is more vulnerable to institutional challenge than it would otherwise be. They need each other, and the specific terms of their mutual dependence have been consistent across the show's run. Springfield's Krusty Burger franchise relationship to the town's food culture is one of the show's most specific and least discussed pieces of social observation. Fast food in Springfield is not simply a comedy background element. It is a portrait of the specific way fast food has embedded itself in American working-class life, not as a luxury or an occasion, but as a daily reality. As the food infrastructure of a community that does not have access to the alternatives that a different class position would provide. The specific ways in which Springfield's characters relate to fast food, the frequency with which it appears as the default eating option in situations that another class of Americans would address through different food choices, is a consistent visual and narrative comment on class and food access that runs through the show as background detail. Krusty Burger is not just a comedy element. It is the show accurately depicting the specific food landscape of the community it portrays. Section 9. Expansion: The Writer's Room. The show's relationship to its own cultural legacy, to the question of what it means to have been running for 36 years, is one of its most interesting meta-textual subjects, and it has been handled across the show's later seasons with varying degrees of honesty. The episodes that directly address the show's longevity, that acknowledge within the fiction of Springfield the specific quality of existing for as long as The Simpsons has existed, are among the most formally interesting things the show has produced in its later years. They are the show thinking about itself as an object in time, asking what it means to be a cultural institution that has outlasted the specific cultural moment that produced it. The specific tension these episodes navigate is between the show's need to remain relevant in the present and its awareness that its deepest relationship to the culture is its relationship to the past. The show was made for a specific moment. That moment has passed. The show continues. And the question of what it means for the show to continue past its original cultural context is one that the most honest of its later episodes have engaged with directly. The relationship between the show's writing staff of the present and the writing staff that produced its peak seasons is a human story that the show has occasionally processed through its fiction in ways that are transparently autobiographical. The episodes that deal with the experience of maintaining a long-running creative enterprise, with the specific challenges of keeping something alive past the point at which the original creative energy that animated it has been spent, are episodes that the current writers are making about their own situation in a way that the writers of the Golden Age could not have made, because the writers of the Golden Age were not living that situation yet. This is one of the underappreciated gifts of the show's longevity. The capacity to produce creative work about what it is like to produce creative work for a very long time. Work that could only be made by people who have actually done that and who are willing to be honest about what it is. Section 10. Expansion. The ending that never comes. The specific episodes that constitute the show's best claims to something like formal completion deserve individual attention as objects, as pieces of narrative art that found within the show's constraints a way to say something whole. You Only Move Twice, the episode in which Homer accidentally takes a job with a supervillain and is, for the duration of the episode, genuinely happy in his work for the first time in his adult life, is a completion of a specific kind. The completion of the story of what Homer's life could have been if the specific conditions of his situation in Springfield had not been what they are. Hank Scorpio, the supervillain employer, is the employer Homer always needed. Someone who recognizes Homer's capabilities and deploys them effectively, and who treats Homer with genuine respect and genuine affection. The episode's comedy is in the incongruity between Scorpio's world domination schemes and Homer's domestic obliviousness. But the episode's emotional content is in the specific portrait of Homer being genuinely good at something and genuinely appreciated for it, and in the revelation that this is enough to make him happy in a way that his actual life has never quite managed. The resolution, in which the family's unhappiness with the new life overrides Homer's satisfaction with it, and the family returns to Springfield, is played primarily for comedy, but contains within it a specific sadness about Homer's life that the comedy does not quite cover. He was happy. He was good at what he was doing. He was valued. He gave all of it up because his family needed something else, because the life that made Homer happy was not the life that the people he loved needed to have. And Homer chose them, as he always does. And the choice was right. And it cost him something real. Lisa's Substitute provides the most complete depiction of what genuine teaching means and what the absence of it costs. Mr. Bergstrom is a teacher who understands that teaching Lisa requires meeting her where she actually is, engaging with the full quality of her intelligence rather than the standardized version the curriculum requires. His brief presence in her educational life constitutes a complete portrait of what education should be and almost never is, and its brevity is the episode's most honest statement about the rarity of that kind of education and the specific cruelty of encountering it for a moment and then losing it. The episode resolves not with the discovery of a replacement, but with the specific acceptance that the replacement is not available, that Lisa's father's love for her, though real and though offered, is not the same as the kind of understanding that Bergstrom provided. Homer is not Mr. Bergstrom. He cannot be Mr. Bergstrom. But he is Homer who loves Lisa completely, even if he cannot understand her completely, and the note he gives her, "You are Lisa Simpson," is what he has to offer. The recognition of her specific, irreplaceable self, offered without full understanding of what that self consists of, but with all the love that his limited and damaged and genuine self can produce. This is the show's final position on the question of what family means within the specific constraints of the Simpson family's situation. Not full understanding, not perfect care, not the ideal of parental engagement that the educational and therapeutic industries generate as the standard against which actual family life is measured. But the specific love that this specific family, with its specific limitations and its specific history and its specific damage, has for each other. The love that exists despite the damage, that is expressed through what is available rather than what is ideal, that is offered imperfectly and received with gratitude because it is genuine and because it is there. The Simpson family will not achieve the resolution their stories seem to require. They will not arrive at the place their trajectories, honestly followed, would take them. Homer will not become the father Lisa needs. Bart will not find the direction his intelligence is searching for. Marge will not fully realize the person she is capable of being. Maggie will not speak. They will continue. They will be in the house on Evergreen Terrace every Sunday. They will love each other inadequately and genuinely. They will make the same mistakes and survive the same disasters and reset to the same beginning and do it all again. And you will watch, and it will be enough. Because it is the most human story that 36 years of American television has produced, told in the most imperfect possible form by the most limited possible people, about the most ordinary possible family in the most impossible possible town. And in its accumulation, in the weight of all those episodes pressing against each other across all those years, it contains something that no individual episode can contain and that no single viewing can access. It contains the whole of it. The chalkboard and the couch gag and the background signs and the music and the memory and the marriage and the children and the town and the writers and the ending that never comes. All of it. 36 years of paying attention to one family in one place, refusing to look away, refusing to let the easy resolution substitute for the honest one, refusing to let the comedy become the whole story when the whole story is so much larger than the comedy can hold. That is what it is. That is what it was always going to be. And if you have been paying the kind of attention this asked for, you already know it. You have been carrying it with you all along, since the first episode, since the first couch gag, since the first chalkboard sentence. This was never for fun. It was for you. End of expansion. Content. Final. Deep expansion, all sections. Additional section 1. Material, the chalkboard as literature. Let us spend more time on the chalkboard than most discussions allow because the chalkboard is worth it. The chalkboard gag in The Simpsons functions as one of the few genuine examples of aphoristic comedy in American television. An aphorism is a short statement that contains within itself a complete observation, a self-sufficient thought that does not require elaboration or context to be understood. The great aphorists, the people who worked in this form seriously, understood that the difficulty of the form lies not in the brevity, but in the completeness, in the need for a short statement to carry the entire weight of the observation it is making without any supporting architecture. Nothing can be explained. Nothing can be qualified. The sentence either carries the weight entirely or it does not carry it at all. The chalkboard gags at their best work this way. I will not defame New Orleans. I will not yell she's dead during roll call. Goldfish don't bounce. I will not sell land in Florida. Each of these is funny in isolation, but the best ones have a quality beyond comedy, a quality of having observed something true about the world and compressed that observation into the most economical possible form. The chalkboard is not just a running gag. It is a weekly exercise in a specific discipline of language, and at its best, it demonstrates what that discipline can produce. The sentence, I will not use abrevs, is a complete joke that carries within its small form a comment on the specific laziness of language abbreviation, on the way shortcuts in language degrade the precision of thought, on the comedy of a punishment that requires exactly the kind of language it is punishing. The joke is in the contradiction between the form of the punishment and the rule being enforced, and the contradiction is audible in the sentence's 9 words without any other context being required. The sentence, I will not torment the emotionally frail, is more complex. It is funny because it implies a specific prior torment and a specific victim whose fragility was perhaps observed rather than assumed. But it is also a specific comment on the ethics of cruelty, on the particular moral category of harming people who are already damaged. And the comedy of requiring Bart to write this specific sentence 100 times is the comedy of a punishment that, if it were genuinely absorbed rather than mechanically performed, would require genuine moral engagement. The sentence is a moral proposition. The comedy is that it is being deployed as a mechanical punishment. Across 36 seasons of chalkboard gags, several sentences have achieved something approaching the status of minor literary objects, sentences that have been quoted widely, that have circulated beyond their original context, that have acquired a kind of cultural existence independent of the show that produced them. They are laughing at me, not with me is one of these. I will not conduct my own fire drills is another. These sentences have the specific quality of being funny in ways that deepen on reflection, of being more than they appear to be in the moment of first encounter. The chalkboard as a comedic form also rewards attention for what it tells you about the creative culture that produced it. Someone in the writer's room wrote each of those sentences. Someone chose it from alternatives. Someone thought the specific sentence chosen was the best version of the gag available that week. And across 36 years of those choices, the cumulative effect is a specific portrait of a comedic sensibility, of the specific things this particular group of writers found funny, of the specific form of intelligence that produced these sentences across decades of weekly production. You can read the character of the show's different creative periods to some degree through the chalkboard sentences. The early sentences have a specific roughness, a willingness to be simply absurd without excessive elegance. The middle period sentences have the quality of carefully crafted comedy, of the specific polish that comes from a writer's room operating at full capacity with high competitive standards. The later sentences are more variable, sometimes achieving the specific economy of the best early and middle sentences, sometimes settling for something adequate rather than best. The chalkboard is a record of the show's creative culture, written in aphorisms. And if you read it that way, across its entirety, it tells you something true about what it was like to make The Simpsons across 36 years, about what the people making it valued, what they found funny, what they were trying to say in the 7 seconds before the episode actually started. Additional Section 2 material: The Architecture of Forgetting. One of the most underexamined aspects of The Simpsons continuity. Architecture is the specific mechanics of how the show forgets. Understanding the forgetting is as important as understanding the remembering, because the pattern of what is retained and what is discarded is not random. The show forgets specific categories of experience with specific consistency, and the pattern of forgetting tells you something about the show's understanding of its characters and their situation. The show consistently forgets the consequences of Homer's professional failures. Homer has been fired from the nuclear plant on multiple occasions. He has had jobs that ended badly. He has made professional mistakes that, in a realistic employment environment, would permanently alter his career trajectory. None of this accumulates. The professional slate is wiped with a consistency that would be remarkable in any realistic depiction of working life. The show consistently retains the emotional consequences of family events. Homer's reunion with his mother and the subsequent events of her life and death are retained in the show's permanent record. Lisa's experiences that have shaped her values and her emotional landscape are retained. The specific history of the family's relationships, the meaningful moments that constitute the emotional archive of these people's shared life, these persist across the show's forgetting with a consistency that distinguishes them from the professional and civic consequences that the show discards. This pattern is not accidental. The show's understanding of what matters about these characters is essentially emotional and relational rather than professional or civic. What Homer is, in the deepest sense the show is interested in, is not a worker or a citizen. He is a father and a husband. The professional and civic consequences of his behavior can be discarded because they do not constitute the core of what the show cares about. The emotional and relational consequences cannot be discarded because they are the substance of the story. This distinction has implications for how you read the show's famous inconsistency. The inconsistency is not uniform. It is structured. The show is consistent about the things it considers constitutive of its characters and inconsistent about the things it considers accidental to them. What the characters do in the world, the professional roles they occupy, the civic events they participate in, these are accidental in the specific philosophical sense. They are what happens to these people, not what these people are. What they feel, what they need, how they relate to each other, who they love, what they have lost and what they have found, these are constitutive. They are what the characters are, and the show does not forget them. The architecture of forgetting in The Simpsons is therefore an expression of the show's values. It preserves what it considers essential and discards what it considers incidental, and the pattern of that preservation and discarding is a portrait of a specific theory of human significance, a theory that locates the meaningful core of a person's life in their emotional and relational experience rather than in their professional accomplishments or civic participation. Homer is not the sum of his professional history. He is the sum of his loves. The show knows this, and its architecture of forgetting is the most direct expression of that knowledge. Additional Section 3. Material: The Sound of Springfield. The show's sound design, separate from its musical score, has been one of its most consistent and least discussed achievements. Springfield is a place with a specific sonic identity, built from specific recurring sounds that have been maintained with a consistency across 36 years of production. That is remarkable given the technical changes in sound production that have occurred across that period. The nuclear plant has a specific sound environment: the hum of the reactor, the specific ambient noise of the safety monitoring systems, the particular acoustic quality of Homer's workstation in Sector 7G. All of this has been maintained across hundreds of episodes with a consistency that gives Homer's workplace a sonic identity as specific as its visual one. The sound of the plant tells you where you are before you have processed any visual information from the frame. Moe's Tavern has a sonic identity built from specific elements: the particular quality of the ambient conversation at the bar, the specific sounds of glasses and ice and the television in the background, the characteristic quality of Moe's voice echoing in a room whose acoustic properties are those of a small, poorly maintained commercial space. The sounds of Moe's are as consistent as its visual design, and they work together to create a specific sense of place that the comedy requires, but that goes beyond the comedy's requirements. The sound of Springfield Elementary has been built from the specific acoustic qualities of an institution that is too loud, where too many children are occupying a space designed for fewer, where the ambient noise of learning and conflict and socialization creates a background texture that is unmistakably the sound of a school. The bell that marks the transitions between periods in the school day has a specific character, slightly too loud, slightly too urgent, that matches the school's overall character of institutional pressure applied to children who are at various stages of their willingness and ability to comply with it. The sound design of the couch sequences, specifically the sound effects that accompany the different couch gags across the show's run, is one of the most varied and creative elements in the show's sonic history. Each couch gag has its own sonic identity, its own specific sound design that matches the specific visual character of that particular sequence. The most elaborate couch gags have sound design as sophisticated as any comedy film sequence, with carefully crafted sound effects that time their interactions with the visual elements with precision. This level of attention to sound design and elements of the show that most viewers use as an opportunity to do other things while the show starts is another example of the show's characteristic practice of bringing full creative attention to elements that do not receive full viewer attention. The sound design of the couch gags has been carefully crafted for an audience that mostly does not listen to it carefully. The craft is there regardless. Additional Section 4 material: The Color of Money. The show's economic commentary, which runs through its visual and narrative language as a consistent thread, deserves extended examination because it is one of the show's most coherent and most sustained satirical projects, and it operates at a level of specificity that the show's general reputation as social satire does not quite capture. The specific class position of the Simpson family, working class rather than genuinely middle class despite the rhetoric of American mythology that places families like theirs in the middle class, is depicted through economic detail that has been accurate across the show's run, in ways that track real changes in the American economy over 36 years. Homer's salary at the nuclear plant has been referenced across multiple episodes, and the figures given, when adjusted for the show's various timeline inconsistencies, place the family in a specific economic position: above poverty, below comfort, in the specific zone of economic anxiety that characterizes the American working class, where enough money exists for the immediate necessities, but not enough exists for the cushion of financial security that genuine middle-class status would provide. The family's relationship to this economic position is depicted with specific accuracy. The specific forms of financial stress that appear in the show, the decisions about what expenses can be sustained and which cannot, the specific relationship to consumer credit that characterizes households at this economic level, the way unexpected expenses create genuine crises rather than being absorbed by savings that exist to absorb them, All of this is depicted with a consistency and an accuracy that suggests deliberate attention to the economic realities of the class the show is depicting. The contrast between the Simpson family's economic position and Burns's is not simply the comedy of inequality. It is a specific portrait of the relationship between capital and labor in the specific institutional context of the nuclear plant, where Burns's wealth derives directly from the labor of workers like Homer, who share almost none of the value they produce. The show has never made this analysis explicit. It does not need to. The visual and narrative contrast between Burns's manor and Homer's house, between Burns's resources and Homer's constraints, makes the analysis available to any viewer who is paying sufficient attention. The economics of Springfield's small businesses constitute a separate portrait of working-class economic life. The Quick E-Mart, Moe's Tavern, the Springfield Barbershop, the various small commercial enterprises that form Springfield's local economy are all depicted as marginal businesses, operating on thin margins, vulnerable to competition and to economic disruption, sustained by the specific economic conditions of a community that has limited alternatives. Apu's management of the Quick E-Mart, his extraordinary working hours, his relationship to the corporate franchise structure that allows him to run the business, but also captures a significant portion of its value. His specific navigation of the constraints of immigrant small business ownership in an American community. All of this is rendered in the show's background with a specificity that transforms it from a comedy element into an economic portrait. The comedy of the Quick E-Mart's extortionate prices and its product quality is the surface. Beneath it is a portrait of the specific economics of convenience retail in underserved communities, of the way the absence of competitive alternatives allows a specific pricing structure that customers would reject if they had other options, of the specific economic relationship between a community's retail infrastructure and the community's broader economic health. Additional Section 5 material: Celebrity and Authenticity. The architecture of the show's most celebrated episode, the Michael Jackson episode, rewards the kind of extended examination it rarely receives, because the episode's handling of its central character is more sophisticated than the episode's reputation as a celebrity cameo vehicle suggests. Leon Kompowski, the large white man who believes he is Michael Jackson and who Homer befriends in the psychiatric institution, is a character who works on multiple levels simultaneously, and the levels interact with each other in ways that create meanings the episode does not fully articulate, but that are present in its construction. At the most immediate level, the character is a comedy premise. A man who believes he is Michael Jackson and who sounds exactly like Michael Jackson, providing comic mileage from the gap between the character's visual presentation, a large white man with no other Jacksonian qualities, and his vocal self-identification. The comedy is in the incongruity, and the incongruity is the episode's most immediate entertainment value. At the next level, the character is a specific examination of the nature of identity and celebrity. Leon has found, in the Michael Jackson identity, a way of being in the world that his actual identity does not permit. He is not deluded in a simple sense. He is using the available cultural material, in this case the most famous identity in the world, to construct a self that can exist in a way his actual self cannot. This is a specific and not entirely unreasonable response to the experience of being a person whose authentic self is inadequate to their needs. At the deepest level, the character engages with the specific way that celebrity identity in the late 20th century had become a kind of shared cultural property, something that belonged to everyone who engaged with it, and not only to the person whose biography it described. Michael Jackson's identity, by 1991, had become a cultural object as much as a personal one, something that people had assembled from public images and performances and cultural mythology into a version of Michael Jackson that was partly specific to them, partly shared with others, and only partly related to the actual private person of Michael Jackson himself. Leon's adoption of this identity is an extreme version of something that was happening more broadly in American culture in 1991. The replacement of personal identity with cultural identity, the construction of self from the available materials of celebrity mythology, rather than from the specific details of individual life. Leon is, in this reading, the most honest character in the episode, The person who has done explicitly what most people do implicitly, who has made visible the process of constructing identity from cultural material that most people conduct invisibly. The episode's treatment of this character with affection and sympathy, its unwillingness to simply pathologize his behavior as delusional, is one of the most humanistically honest things the show has done. Leon's relationship with Homer, his ability to reach Homer through the specific quality of his care and attention, his final disclosure that he was never Michael Jackson, but that the music he helped Homer and Bart make for Lisa was real regardless. These are moments in which the episode makes its gentlest and most complete argument about identity, creativity, and the specific relationship between authenticity and its cultural performances. Additional Section 6 material. Bart's Genius Decoded. The episode Bart Gets an A is worth returning to in the context of what the show was saying about intelligence and measurement, because the episode makes a very specific argument about the relationship between effort and outcome that most educational discourse either ignores or actively contradicts. Bart studies. This is the episode's premise and its most important fact. He applies genuine effort, more genuine effort than he has ever applied to academic work, to the task of passing a history test that will determine whether he is held back a year. The effort is real. The show depicts it with specificity. Bart's night of cramming, his attempt to absorb and retain material through repetition and desperation, is a specific portrait of how learning is actually attempted under pressure by students without adequate foundational preparation for the material they are being asked to master. And the effort is insufficient. He gets a D+, 1 point from passing. His effort moved him from failing to barely not failing, and it was not enough. The episode's comedy resolution, in which Bart achieves a passing grade through a specific piece of historical trivia that he only knows because of a dream, is a comedy device that the show uses to resolve the episode's tension without resolving the underlying issue the episode raises. Bart got lucky. The luck was enabled by the effort because, without the preparation, he would not have been in a position where a single additional fact could push him over the threshold. But the relationship between effort and outcome, even with luck included, was not the meritocratic one the educational system promises. This is the show's most honest statement about the specific experience of academic struggle, and it is honest in ways that most educational mythology is not. The show does not tell you that effort is sufficient to overcome disadvantage. It tells you that effort matters and is often insufficient. It tells you that the gap between where a student is and where they need to be can be larger than any amount of effort applied in a single night can bridge. It tells you that luck is real and that being prepared to take advantage of luck requires effort. But that effort alone does not guarantee the outcome that effort alone is supposed to guarantee. Bart's genuine intelligence-finding expression through the historical tangent he dreamed about is the episode's specific comedy resolution and its most honest piece of educational commentary. The intelligence is real. It found a way to express itself, and the way it found was not the way the institutional framework was designed to accommodate it. Bart got his grade through a mechanism the educational assessment was not designed to capture. He got it anyway. The intelligence found a way. This is the show's quiet argument about what intelligence is and where it lives. Not in the specific domain that formal assessment measures, not in the capacity to master specific prescribed content under specific temporal pressure, but in a more general cognitive capability that the assessment is designed to measure but that often measures other things instead. Things like prior preparation and cultural familiarity and specific test-taking skills and the specific kind of anxiety management that performance under pressure requires. Bart has the intelligence. He does not have the prior preparation or the cultural familiarity or the test-taking skills or the anxiety management. And the assessment, rather than measuring the intelligence he has, measures the things he lacks. This is not a character failure, it is a systemic failure. The show knows this. The episode's comedy resolution allows it to be said without being said directly. Additional Section 7. Material, What Marge Knows. Marge Simpson is the show's most accurate observer. This is a statement about her cognitive function rather than her wisdom, about her specific relationship to the perceptual world of Springfield rather than about her moral qualities. Marge sees things accurately. She perceives the gap between what people say and what they mean. She understands the social dynamics of the situations she is in with a consistency and accuracy that no other character in the show approaches. And she almost never says what she sees. The practice of close observation combined with consistent non-disclosure is Marge's defining characteristic, and it is a more complex and more deliberate strategy than it appears. Marge knows things. She withholds them. The withholding is not deception. It is management, the specific practice of someone who has learned that deploying the full scope of her accurate perceptions in her immediate domestic environment would be socially and relationally destabilizing in ways that the environment cannot absorb. What Marge sees about Homer, clearly and consistently and without illusion, is that he is the person he is, and that the gap between the person he is and the person he would need to be her ideal partner is real and permanent. She knows this. The show has given her moments of explicit confrontation with this knowledge across its run, moments where what she sees and what she is living become temporarily irreconcilable. And she had, in every instance, chosen to live with what she is living rather than act on what she sees. This is not presented as resignation or as a failure of self-respect. It is presented as a specific kind of love that has incorporated the full reality of its object, that has chosen to continue in the presence of complete information rather than on the basis of idealized ignorance. Marge loves Homer knowing exactly what he is. She is not waiting for him to become someone else. She has decided that this specific person, in all his specific inadequacy and genuine affection and fundamental inability to change, is worth choosing. The complexity of this position, the specific emotional sophistication required to love someone accurately rather than mythologically, is the show's most serious engagement with the psychology of long-term love. Not the romantic myth of transformation, of love that changes its object into the desired form, but the harder and more common reality of love that continues in the presence of clear perception, that does not require its object to be other than what it is. Marge's most revealing moments in the show are the moments when the management slips, when what she actually sees surfaces in her expression or her voice before she can redirect it. These moments are brief. They are not scenes that the episode dwells on, but they are present, distributed across the show's run as specific instances of the truth about Marge becoming momentarily visible. And when you have learned to recognize them, they transform the show's portrait of Marge from a study in patient domesticity into something much more complex and much more honest. The portrait of a woman who sees everything, says almost nothing, and has made a specific and fully informed choice about how to live. Additional Section 8. Material, the town that knows. Springfield's collective knowledge about its own condition is one of the show's most interesting ongoing questions. The show has periodically suggested that the town's residents know, at some level, more about their situation than they acknowledge. The collective amnesia the show deploys to reset between episodes is not always clean. There are moments where something of what happened in a previous episode seems to be present in a character's behavior in a subsequent one. Not as explicit memory, but as a residue, a specific quality of caution or awareness that is only explicable if some trace of the previous experience has been retained. The specific relationship between Springfield's institutional amnesia and its individual residents' personal memories is something the show has never mapped with any precision, and the imprecision is probably deliberate. The show's collective denial operates through the machinery of social agreement rather than through any mechanism of literal forgetting. The town chooses not to acknowledge what it knows. This is a different cognitive operation from not knowing, and the distinction matters for how you read the character's behavior. Chief Wiggum, in specific episodes, behaves as though he knows more about the structural nature of his community's problems than his comedy of incompetence suggests. There are moments where his specific choices, his specific decisions about what to investigate and what to leave alone, his specific navigation of the relationship between his institutional role and the specific power dynamics of Springfield, suggest that his incompetence is partly performance, that beneath the comedy character of the bumbling policeman is someone who has understood constraints of his situation accurately and has calibrated his behavior to those constraints. This reading of Wiggum makes him less funny and more interesting. The comedy of his incompetence is predicated on the assumption that the incompetence is genuine. If the incompetence is partly strategic, if Wiggum knows exactly what he is not doing and has decided not to do it for reasons that have to do with his understanding of how power works in Springfield, then the comedy becomes something more complicated, a performance of incompetence that is itself a form of competent navigation. The show has never committed to this reading. It is available in the text, but not required by it. Wiggum is simultaneously legible as a genuine incompetent and as a strategic incompetent, and the ambiguity is consistent with the show's general practice of providing its recurring characters with more depth than any single reading of them captures. Additional Section 9 material. The Show That Knew. The Simpsons' relationship to its own death, to the question of when and how and on what terms it might end, is one of the most interesting things about its current creative life. The show that was once a revolutionary presence in American television is now an institution, and the specific experience of being an institution that was once revolutionary is something the show has processed through its comedy with varying degrees of honesty and grace. The specific form of the show's self-awareness in its later seasons is different from the self-awareness of the earlier ones. The early self-awareness was the self-awareness of something new, of a creative project examining its own formal possibilities with the specific energy of something that had not yet worked out what it could be. The late self-awareness is the self-awareness of something old, of a creative project examining its own history with the specific melancholy of something that knows what it was and is not entirely sure what it currently is. The episodes that engage most directly with the show's own longevity are the ones that are most honest about this melancholy. They are the episodes that acknowledge, within the fiction of the show's world, that things have been running for a very long time, that the specific energy of the beginning is not the energy of the continuation, that something is lost in the passage from innovation to institution that cannot be recovered through the continued application of the original form. These are not the show's funniest episodes. They are the show's most honest ones. And honesty in a creative project that has lasted 36 years is a harder achievement than it sounds. Most things that last 36 years stop being honest about themselves at some point. They find accommodation with their own limitations. They develop the institutional self-protection that allows continued existence at the cost of continued self-examination. The Simpsons has not entirely avoided this accommodation, but it has maintained enough honest self-examination across its later seasons to produce episodes that are genuine engagements with the specific experience of being what the show has become. That capacity for self-honesty, sustained across decades and expressed through the specific form of comedy that was always the show's primary language, is one of its final and perhaps most enduring achievements. Final closing section. We have been in Springfield for 4 hours. In that time, we have walked through the background detail of episodes most people use to reach for their remote, and found in those backgrounds a continuous text running parallel to the show for 36 years. We have traced the continuity architecture, the hidden system of recurring detail and accumulated character that constitutes the show's deepest creative achievement. We have listened to the music and found in it a running commentary on the show's comedy that the comedy itself is too committed to maintaining to deliver directly. We have looked at the animation, at the specific choices of color and shadow and line, at the visual grammar that makes Springfield a place with a real aesthetic argument embedded in its appearance. We have examined the guest stars as a system, as an architecture for saying things the show cannot say through its regular cast. We have looked at the children of Springfield with the specific attention they deserve, the children who are not growing up, the children who are the most honest thing about the world the show is depicting. We have sat with Homer and Marge in the specific difficulty of their marriage and found it honest in ways that most depictions of marriage refuse to be. We have walked Springfield as a place rather than a backdrop, and found in its geography and its institutions a portrait of a specific kind of American community that is the most accurate and the most sustained in American television. We have visited the writer's room that made the show and found there a specific creative culture whose products bear the marks of its specific qualities, Its competitive intelligence, its driven exactness, its willingness to embed significance in places it would rarely be found. And we have sat with the question of the ending that has never come, and that the show is perhaps incapable of producing in any form its structure can accommodate, and found in that structural impossibility the show's final and most human truth. The Simpsons is not over. It will not be over until the network decides the business case for ending it exceeds the business case for continuing it, and at that point, it will stop. The characters will be in the middle of their stories. Nothing will be resolved. The ending will be an absence rather than a conclusion. And then the episodes will still be there. All of them. 36 years of them. Available to watch again, available to find new things in, available to carry whatever you need them to carry, at whatever point in your life you return to them. Because that is what the show was always building toward. Not an ending. A permanent presence. A family that would still be in the house on Evergreen Terrace whenever you needed to find them there. The children still young, the parents still together, the town still standing, flawed and impossible and somehow recognizable, somehow yours. Bart is still at the chalkboard. The chalk is still squeaking. And if you listen carefully enough, you can still read what it says. End of complete script supplemental content. Additional depth on key themes. The specific weight of television as furniture. Springfield's residents do not watch television so much as they live inside it. The television set in the Simpson home is not an entertainment device in the way that word is typically understood. It is furniture in the most specific sense of that word, an object whose constant presence shapes the environment it occupies, that has become so thoroughly incorporated into the domestic space that its removal would constitute a fundamental alteration of what that space is. The specific relationship between the Simpson family and their television set is one of the show's most consistent running themes and one of its most honest pieces of social observation. The family gathers around the television in the same way that earlier generations of families gathered around the fire. It is the central organizing feature of their shared domestic life, the thing they do together in the evenings when the day's separate activities have brought them back to the same house. They do not always watch attentively. They do not always engage with what is on, but they are there, together, in the light of the screen. The specific quality of this television viewing, its combination of communal gathering and individual distraction, its quality of being physically present with each other while mentally distributed among whatever is playing, is a portrait of a specific form of family togetherness that is neither the idealized version of family life nor the dystopian version. It is simply the version that is most common, the version that most American families have lived in one form or another across the decades of the show's run. The show's satire of television culture is most pointed not in the specific content it places on the characters' screens, but in the specific relationship it depicts between the characters and their screens. Homer watches television with an absorption that is never fully interrupted by the events occurring around him. The television provides a continuous presence in his life that the world outside it frequently fails to provide. Immediate comprehensibility, reliable entertainment, the comfort of familiar forms. Homer's relationship to his television is the relationship of someone for whom the screen is the most reliably satisfying social environment available to him. This is a specific and recognizable portrait of a relationship with media that has become more common as the decades of the show's run have produced progressively more media, progressively more accessible on progressively more devices, at progressively less cost. The specific Homer television relationship that the show established in 1989 has been the relationship of an increasing proportion of the American population to an increasing proportion of their screen time across the entire period of the show's existence. Homer was watching too much television in 1989. By the second decade of the 21st century, Homer's relationship to his screen was the norm rather than the exception. The show knew this was where things were going, not as prediction, but as observation of a trajectory already clearly established by the time the show began. American domestic life was reorganizing itself around television in 1989 in ways that were already visible to anyone paying attention, and the show paid attention by placing a television at the center of its domestic world and making the characters' relationship to it a consistent piece of their characterization across 36 years. The secondary screens that appear in the show in its later seasons, the computers, and eventually the smartphones and tablets that have joined the television as furniture in American domestic spaces, are integrated into the show's visual language with a consistency that reflects their integration into actual American domestic life. The specific ways in which the family's relationship to screens has multiplied and fragmented, as the number of available screens has multiplied and fragmented, is one of the show's most accurate pieces of ongoing social observation. The family still gathers around the main television, but they are also separately engaged with individual screens in ways that the early show did not depict, because those individual screens did not yet exist. The specific comedy of Homer's Body. Homer's Body is a comedy instrument that the show has played with remarkable consistency across its run, and the specific forms of comedy it generates are worth examining because they are more complex in their relationship to Homer's actual physical situation than the surface of the gags suggests. Homer is physically invulnerable in ways that are visually absurd. He absorbs damage that would be fatal to any realistically depicted human body. He is hit by cars, falls from heights, is crushed by objects, is burned and electrocuted and shot and bitten, and he recovers from all of it with a speed and completeness that the comedy requires, but that the show's more honest moments acknowledge is physiologically impossible. The comedy of Homer's physical invulnerability is, at its most immediate level, simply the comedy of exaggerated consequence, the cartoon logic that allows extreme physical situations to produce extreme visual comedy without the narrative consequence of actual permanent damage. This is a tradition as old as the animated form itself, and Homer's relationship to it is in keeping with a long history of cartoon characters whose bodies are endlessly renewable. But there is something specific to Homer's case that distinguishes it from the general tradition. Homer's invulnerability is not simply cartoon logic applied to a human character. It is the comic expression of something the show is saying about Homer's actual situation, that he occupies a position in Springfield's world that requires him to absorb damage that would stop anyone else, that the specific combination of his cognitive limitations and his emotional needs and his structural position in the power dynamics of his community requires him to keep getting up after things that should stop him. Homer gets hit by things and gets back up because that is what his life requires. Not because his body is literally indestructible, but because the alternative, staying down, is not available to him. He has people who depend on him. He has a job that requires his presence, however dysfunctional that presence is. He has a family that, whatever its specific difficulties, is his. The getting back up is not cartoon logic. It is character logic. Homer persists because Homer is the kind of person who persists. The specific comedy of Homer's Body is funniest in the episodes where the show allows the comedy and the character logic to be visible simultaneously, where the absurdity of what Homer is surviving is clear, and the specific human fact of why he keeps surviving it is also clear. The comedy and the humanity are not in conflict. They are the same thing seen from different distances. The friendship between Homer and Bart. The father-son relationship between Homer and Bart is the show's central dramatic relationship and its most productive comedic one, and it works as both because the show has been willing, across its run, to be honest about what is actually going on between these two people rather than settling for the reassuring version. Homer strangles Bart. This is the show's most famous running gag, the specific physical comedy of a father expressing his frustration with his son through the mock violence of strangling. The gag is a running joke and nothing else in the show's surface register. In the show's more honest register, it is a portrait of a father whose emotional vocabulary for expressing frustration is limited to a specific physical act that is both violent and gentle, both genuine aggression and its own containment. Homer is not a violent person in any real sense. His strangling of Bart is the most direct physical expression of the frustration that his limited emotional vocabulary cannot express in other ways. And it is also, in its very gesture, an act of engagement, of specific attention to the specific child, of the peculiar intimacy that comes from two people who are in each other's hands, in a literal sense, even if the relationship being expressed by the gesture is one of exasperation. Bart's response to the strangling is never fear. It is irritation, sometimes affection, occasionally complicity, as though the strangling is simply the form this specific relationship takes in moments of conflict, the specific idiom of their particular father-son dynamic. They both know what it means. Neither of them treats it as what it would mean coming from anyone else. This is the show's most specific insight into the Homer-Bart relationship, that the specific forms their relationship takes, including the ones that look from outside like dysfunction, are legible within their relationship as something that both of them understand, and that functions, in the specific context of who they are, as genuine communication. The stranglings are arguments conducted in a physical idiom. They are expressions of frustration that end in mutual acknowledgement. They are, in the specific idiom of this specific relationship, a form of contact. The episodes that treat the Homer-Bart relationship with the most seriousness are the ones in which that contact is at risk, in which the specific connection between them is under threat from circumstances that would separate them or from the specific failures of Homer's parenting that push Bart toward other sources of the paternal recognition he needs. These episodes are not primarily funny. They are the show being honest about what Bart needs from his father and what Homer is capable of providing, and about the specific gap between those two things that constitutes the central difficulty of their relationship. Homer loves Bart completely. He demonstrates this love inadequately and inconsistently. Bart knows this. And Bart's knowledge, his specific combination of genuine love for his father and genuine disappointment in him, is the emotional foundation of everything that makes their relationship the show's most productive dramatic engine. The weight of what Lisa knows. Lisa's specific intellectual burden is not simply the burden of being smarter than the people around her, though that is part of it. It is the burden of knowing things that no one around her wants to know, of perceiving realities about her situation and her community that the community's social contract requires not to be perceived. Lisa knows that the nuclear plant is dangerous. She knows that Burns is a predatory force in her community's life. She knows that her father's limitations are structural and not simply personal. She knows that Springfield's institutions are failing the people they are supposed to serve. She knows that the water has three-eyed fish in it, and that no one is asking the obvious follow-up questions. She knows these things with the specific clarity of someone whose cognitive equipment is adequate to the task of seeing what is there. And she lives every day in a community that has organized itself around not knowing them. This is a specific form of loneliness that is not simply about lacking peers, though that is part of it. It is the loneliness of someone who sees the situation clearly and is surrounded by people who have agreed not to see it, who have made the specific social compact of collective blindness that Springfield requires for its continued functioning. Lisa has not made this compact. She will not make it. And the refusal costs her daily. The show has shown this cost across 36 seasons without resolution because the resolution is not available. Lisa's situation does not improve through the episodes that deal with it. Springfield does not become a place that can accommodate her full self. The gap between what Lisa is and what her environment can receive does not close. She continues to be the person in the room who sees what is in the room, and the room continues to be a room that would prefer she did not see it. This is the show's most honest portrait of a specific experience that has no comfortable resolution. The experience of a kind of perception that is not useful in its immediate context, that cannot be turned off, and that its bearer cannot simply choose to abandon in favor of the more comfortable alternative of not seeing. Lisa sees. The seeing is who she is, and who she is in Springfield is a problem that Springfield cannot solve. The specific beauty of the Lisa stories across the show's history is that they refuse, in their best moments, to suggest that this situation is temporary, that the arrival of the right person or the right opportunity will change it fundamentally. They allow it to be the permanent condition it is, and they find in that permanence not despair, but a specific dignity, the dignity of someone who has decided to live with full perception rather than comfortable blindness, who has chosen accuracy over ease, who is 8 years old and alone and seeing everything and refusing to look away. That is who Lisa Simpson is. That is who she has been for 36 years. And the show was made for people who know what that is like. Supplemental section, The Town That Burns Built. There is a specific episode from season 4 called Last Exit to Springfield, which is widely considered not just the best episode of The Simpsons, but possibly the best episode of any television comedy ever made. It is the episode in which Homer becomes the union representative at the nuclear plant and negotiates with Burns over the workers' dental plan. It is superficially a comedy about labor relations and Homer's specific combination of accidental competence and genuine incompetence. It is, beneath that surface, the show's most complete portrait of the relationship between capital and labor in America, and the most specific and honest examination of what that relationship looks like from both sides. Burns's negotiating position is that of someone who has spent a century managing the specific dynamic of holding something that workers need and extracting the maximum possible value from that leverage. He does not hate the workers. He does not particularly care about them one way or another. They are elements of the production system he manages, elements whose well-being matters to him precisely to the extent that their well-being affects the system's output. The dental plan is a line item. Removing it saves money. The money saved is retained. The logic is complete from his position. Homer's opposition to this logic is not ideological. Homer does not have an ideology of labor. He does not understand the history of the union movement or the specific political economy of the situation he is navigating. He has a reason. Lisa needs braces. The dental plan exists. He needs it to continue. The opposition is entirely personal and entirely inadequate to the scale of the confrontation, and it works anyway, because Homer's specific combination of incomprehension and stubbornness produces, accidentally, the specific negotiating posture that Burns cannot calculate around. Burns is accustomed to opponents he can model. He has been managing labor relations for decades with a sophistication built from that experience. He knows what a rational opponent does, because rational opponents behave according to the logic of their interests, and the logic of their interests is predictable from their position. Homer does not behave according to rational interest. He behaves according to the specific logic of someone who wants his daughter to have braces and has decided that this is worth whatever it costs without any awareness of what it might cost. This is the episode's specific comedy and its specific truth. Burns loses not because Homer is strategically superior, but because Homer is strategically incomprehensible, because the gap between Burns's sophisticated modeling of rational opponents and Homer's actual decision process is too large for Burns's sophistication to bridge. Homer wins by accident, through the specific quality of incomprehension that has always characterized his relationship to the world's complexity. The episode works as comedy and as something more because it captures, in specific and funny terms, a truth about the relationship between institutional sophistication and human stubbornness that goes beyond the specific content of the labor dispute it depicts. The institutions built around rational decision-making are always vulnerable to the person who is not making rational decisions, who is operating from a position so personal and so immediate that the rational frameworks cannot model it. Homer is not an ideological challenge to Burns's power. He is a human one. And the human challenge is the one the institutional sophistication cannot anticipate. The episode also contains, in its treatment of the union meeting scenes, the show's most accurate portrait of collective action as a human phenomenon. The workers do not come together around a shared ideology. They come together around a specific immediate concern, the dental plan, which is a small thing and a large thing simultaneously, a thing that is small in the scale of Burns's empire and large in the scale of the workers' daily lives. This is how actual collective action works, not around abstract principles, but around the specific, concrete thing that is being taken away from people who cannot afford to lose it. The episode does not sentimentalize this. It allows the comedy of the workers' meeting, their specific mixture of legitimate grievance and petty self-interest, and genuine solidarity and individual venality, to be visible. Collective action in the show is not the idealized solidarity of progressive mythology. It is the messy, contradictory, self-interested, and also genuinely communal thing that actual collective action is. And the episode's respect for that messiness is part of its honesty. Burns's manner, depicted in this episode with a visual specificity it rarely receives elsewhere, functions as a portrait of wealth as a form of isolation. Burns lives surrounded by the accumulated objects of his wealth, surrounded by Smithers, surrounded by the infrastructure of his own maintenance, and surrounded by a distance from the community he owns that is both the product of his wealth and its most visible expression. He does not know what a dental plan means to Homer's family, because the category of concern that a dental plan represents, the specific vulnerability of people who need that particular form of protection and cannot afford to replace it from their own resources, is not a category that exists in his experience of the world. This is the show's most specific portrait of the specific ignorance that extreme wealth produces, not malicious ignorance, but structural ignorance. The ignorance that comes from occupying a position in the world so different from the position of the people you are making decisions about that the decisions you make cannot account for the consequences of those decisions in the lives of the people they affect. Burns is not evil in this episode, though he is in others. He is simply operating from a position so far from Homer's that the consequences of his decisions in Homer's life are invisible to him unless Homer makes them visible, personally, in a confrontation that Burns's systems cannot prepare him for. One word over.